Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hey, we're back. Welcome. So, thank you so much for joining us again. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our guest today is the visionary founder of Be Official Management Group, the parent company of Cover360.com. As a matter of fact, 22 Second Next, GenIT.com, MTB Construction, and GoVirtualGreen.org, a 501c3 organization. He is also the creator and executive producer of the Six Figure Makeover reality TV show, which you'll learn about more today. Be Official Management Group is dedicated to fostering the growth of startups, joint ventures, technology initiatives, major entertainment projects, and training budding entrepreneurs through science, technology, engineering, art, and math and STEM. A distinguished social entrepreneur and a member of the Forbes Black Excellence Society, Jeremy oversees billion-dollar tech and business projects. He collaborates with and influences politicians, educators, Emmy and Grammy-winning entertainers, Hollywood executives, Fortune 500 companies, and both U.S. and international governments. Known for his exceptional people skills and meticulous attention to detail, Jeremy is committed to addressing critical global issues. His passion includes computer science, business strategy, business software application, development, construction, music and TV productions, content and creation, and youth STEM education. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, for the very first time, and we trust not the last, Mr. Jeremy Newkirk. Welcome, Jeremy.
Darius, how you doing, brother? How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm so great. I'm all pumped up and ready to go and excited because we have you right here at home on the Black Business Network. What do you think about that?
Oh, man, I'm excited. I'm excited. Good to see you.
No doubt. Well, I know that you're jumping fresh off a plane. Are you on the East Coast or the West Coast?
I'm jumping off the plane in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, wow. So that's a whole new Los Angeles, California you're coming back to, huh?
It definitely is.
Wow. Well, we appreciate you jumping on and taking time. Know that you're busy. We've got a lot to cover in a little bit of time. And so I don't know if we're all going to be able to get it all in on one show, but because it's such a passion of yours based on your resume and your bio and all the things that you've done, we really want to make sure that we introduce our audience to you and folks come out and check, and be able to see you again. So let's get into this fireside chat. Jeremy, you listed about 5 different companies, at least in your bio. Talk about, Be Official Management, and that's an umbrella. And then we're going to unpack those and kind of get into those. And you've got a big announcement for us as well. So I want people to stay tuned because there's going to be a really huge announcement coming up that Be Official Management has just recently secured. And we're really excited about one of, there's some other major networks out there that have communications and media companies that have already, put it out there, but we're still in the first month, in the first week or so, maybe, to be able to share that news. So we're excited about that. But tell us about Be Official Management and all of its umbrella and then the companies that you hold.
Yeah. So Be Official Management Group is my baby. It was born out of the necessity of people being official. When I was young, I used to try to do business as a young man, and I used to always scream, "These people not official." So I started Be Official Management Group back in 2004, and it grew out of my love for construction, entertainment, which is production and sound engineering, And then I started getting into computer science. So because I was diving into all these different ventures, me being the person that I am, I decided to create this umbrella company and then put all of these different entities as a holding under my Be Official Management Group umbrella. So that's how that was brought about. And so I do have several companies that are homed underneath the Be Official Management Group brand that I manage. And it's been doing very well over the last, I guess 20 some years now.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, congratulations on your success. You know, like I said, we're going to pick those apart and maybe break it down if we could in segments. So let's start off with, you know, what is it that now that Be Official Management's got, you know, these stakes. Tell us about you know, some of the big projects that you're working on. And I'm going to go straight, you know, here at the Black Business Network, one of the keys to the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is our scholarship program and our technology component, you know, which is to raise money to make sure that students get laptops and have the technology and the tools and the capacity to be able to compete in the world. In your space, you know, tell me how foreign is it to have a young black CEO executive in the tech space? I mean, how many black millionaires do we have and how many black tech billionaires? I think there are only 2 tech billionaires out of the, I mean, talk about just being black in that space and how you matriculated to get to that point.
Well, that's my passion. That's what my college degree is in computer science. I've been in tech pretty much my whole adult life, and very challenging. So, you know, when I got back into tech maybe 26, 27 odd years ago, it definitely wasn't any black or brown people dominating as it is not dominating it now. And so it was very difficult to get into that space and start to dominate in that space. Me being the person that I am, you know, very ambitious, always been very engineering and entrepreneurial. My father being in the electrical engineering space and doing all the things that he do. I got a knack for it when I was a kid. Went off into the military and then got out and went to college for business, but then discovered really fast that I wanted to focus on computer science and computer engineering. And so that's where, you know, my quote unquote bread and butter is under 22nd Next Gen IT, which is a tech firm that I own, that, you know, automatically took that money and we created govirtualgreen.org, which is a nonprofit organization that actually teach STEM. So those are my 2 brainchilds that actually started Be Official Management Group, or shall I say the companies that fell under Be Official Management Group. Go Virtual Green, again, focusing on science, technology, engineering, and math, teaching kids all around the world, from Nigeria to, you know, in Prince George's community, and up in Maryland, and all, you know, Los Angeles, California, and all over. And so with that being said, I always had a love for music and the arts. So we started focusing on STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And thus Cover 360 was born. And then that kind of grew into the arts, where we would, you know, train and budding artists to teach them how to own their intellectual property. And, you know, I was known for creating websites and apps and stuff like that for artists and causing them to go viral. And so we created Cover 360. But in the need for entrepreneurship and teaching people how to own their intellectual property, we started focusing more on creative entrepreneurship under the umbrella of Cover 360. And so thus Cover 360 was born underneath the Be Official Management umbrella as well. So therefore, you have 22nd Next Gen IT, govirtualgreen.org, and then also Cover 360. And so as an investor, I've always invested in real estate. My father always prided on real estate being one of the fastest way for a human being to get wealth. 80% of the millionaires that became millionaires have done so through real estate transactions. So, you know, at 19 years old, I was privileged to be able to close a deal with my father on a piece of real estate down in Dunn, North Carolina, which we actually are now, you know, putting up for sale right now at this moment. We bought it for $15,000, and you can see just how powerful the generational wealth We rented out that property for 20 some odd years, and now taking that same piece of property, putting it up that we spent $15,000 on for 200 some $1,000. So look at all the generational wealth from rents to now wholly sold owning the property and putting it up for over $200,000, 15, 20 some odd years later.
Wow. We gotta talk about the family piece, right? I'm glad we got a little bit of time because we're gonna come back to Go Virtual Green and what Go Virtual Green means for young people, and how it it's one of the things that when I first learned of Jeremy Newkirk that just like made my eyes go crazy, because he was talking, we were on the same wavelength in terms of how do we create something where young people are able to be on the internet and be safe,
Absolutely.
And so, but that came as a result of family. So, talk about your family. You talked about your dad, talk about your mom, talk about your grandmom and some of those skills that you got and why it's so important for our family members not to just, because we may be doing better than our children did growing up, not to just give them things and not have them do chores and pay attention to, their prayers and why the spiritual life, those things that were inside of you, that, we were able to read in the research on you. Talk about how your family and those family members kind of put you in a position so that you could be the meticulous, detail-oriented guy that makes tech companies want to hire you and run their whole infrastructure and setting things up for like Geico and some of the other big companies you work for.
Well, shout out to my grandmother, rest in peace. She just passed away last December, but I used to get up every morning, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. My grandmother was a chef at my middle school, and my middle school ran from 3rd to 8th grade. So I used to get up every morning, bright and early in the morning, and go work with her. And I didn't realize that we were planning to cook for thousands of kids. But in doing so, I was learning project management, right? And how to organize and how to be detailed and how to cook and how to follow instructions and, pay attention to recipes and things of that nature. So that right away put me on a path of just being very strategic as it relates to serving people, right? And being able to serve and being able to pay attention to detail as it relates to ingredients and follow instructions and stuff. So imagine a young kid waking up there early in the morning, going to feed thousands of kids, having to organize and pay attention to detail and strategize how to put meals together. That taught me a lot, very lot. And then my father, spending time with him in the summers, him taking me on site when he was doing maintenance and doing electrical work. And, I used to put on his static wristbands, and he bought me a Commodore 64 and taught me how to program when I was probably just 9, 10 years old. And then also, going early to school in the morning with my grandmother, I used to get to my homeroom early. And in 7th and 8th grade, my homeroom school teacher, because I had those computer skills that my dad taught me, she used to let me program the Tandy computers to boot them up for the class. So that's where I fell in love with technology, and I fell in love with computer science. It was amazing to see that you can put a floppy disk, and I'm telling my age a little bit, in the computer and program it and make the screen pop and do all the things that it was doing. So then, I knew that I had to be in the electronic field. That was going to be my passion. And then growing up on the street that I grew on, my uncle right down the street, my dad's brother, owned a construction company. And so in the summer times, I used to help him build, and I learned how to put up walls and lay down floors and drywall and all that stuff. So everything that I do right now, everything that Be Official Management owns, all the companies, is just basically out of the grassroots of my life, from construction with my uncle, from computer science with my father, to serving, the public from my grandmother, and teaching STEM, which is a service to back to the youth, or back to the community that I love. All of those things was definitely birthed out of my family roots. I believe the roots are who you are. I believe in watering those roots, and that's how you get good fruit out of out of the trees that was planted.
Wow. It's our first condolences, on the loss of your grandmother. Anybody who had a grandmother that loved them and cared for them, but taught them, because I also understand you cook a little bit.
Oh man, love it. Yes, sir. That's one of my, you see how I smile. That's one of my favorite things to do when I'm stressed and when I want to just get a load off. I love to serve and cook for my family. Always throwing big dinners and parties and just cooking on the grill. Taught my sons how to cook. And it's just one of those things I really love to do. Very passionate about it, cooking. Every time I get in the kitchen, I can hear my grandmother's humming and singing and mixing up that food, and it just does my heart so much joy.
And you also, speaking of your sons, going back to both your tech firm as well as Go Virtual Green, they were instrumental, just like your dad gave you, the playbook. And so I want us to understand, the Black Business Network, as I mentioned earlier, is really focused on making sure that we prepare a pipeline.
Absolutely.
Business is about succession, an exit strategy, and what's your next, but to make sure that we're able to do that. And, with our company, the Stanton Group, one of our focuses is to create the win-win-win, right? And that's to
Absolutely.
make sure that people win in their personal life, win in their professional business and career, and then how do you win in your legacy? And definitely, being able to do that, you've been able to take the playbook that your family gave to you and immediately replicate that with your sons, who are both, involved in your tech development and really help you take thought processes to a whole nother level, which people don't understand. You've got intellectual capital in your home that you're feeding every day, that you're taking care of, and they're leaving it there to just play video games or not paying attention, sit in their room instead of engaging them in their business projects. Tell us about your sons and tell us about how they helped you birth, what you're working on today.
Oh man, I can't even explain it, Darius. My sons have been so instrumental because I believe in the youth. I really, truly, honestly believe in the youth. I believe in mentorship. And so I've always said, if you're mentoring kids, if you're mentoring the young people, then you ought to hear them. You ought to take interest in what they have to say. So I do that by example. My sons are so instrumental. I started Go Virtual Green with my father, who listened to me, and we started a nonprofit organization. And he retired from that, and I picked it up. And the first thing I did was I went to my son's school, who I saw, was a little bit not on the cutting edge of technology. And so I asked my son, I said, man, what's going on with your school? And he said, Dad, we would love for you to come teach us STEM. And so I joined the PTO of my son's school, and we renamed the nonprofit Family Life Resource and Culture Center, Family Life Resource and Culture Center, that me and my father started, to Go Virtual Green. And Go Virtual Green, the motto is refresh your mind online and thrive. And going back to what you said, it was about keeping the kids safe on the internet, showing them what they could do productive on the internet. And so it started at my son's school, Martin Luther King, up in Beltsville, Maryland, where I just wanted to be involved with my children. I wanted to be right there beside them and teach, them STEM, teach the people around them STEM. And it just morphed, man. Once I got in there and we started teaching, I joined the PTO. All the parents loved it, all the principals, the students, the legislative body over the school education board. And before I know it, we had a big nonprofit organization where I got all my celebrity friends that I had been working for to join that network. And we started touring around the city. And then before I know it, we was touring around the world, and we started creating these neural green centers in Africa and Canada, all over the world. We started creating neural green centers where we actually, again, the motto is teaching young people how to thrive online and stay clean. To stay away from the internet that, deters them, and stay with the positive things that they could do online to build them up and cause them to thrive.
Wow. That speaking online and thriving, we're thriving. And I want to make sure that if you're watching it, please share this show, because it could mean something for your family, just the information itself, your business, but also your peers and your colleagues, because we got a really big announcement to make that is really exciting. One, because you've done something that our community desperately needs, in which is what the Black Business Network does, and that is you've created a platform with Go Virtual Green, now Cover 360, that gives people access to information that otherwise they'd have to pay a whole lot of money for. I mean,
Absolutely.
we're not going to talk about like what it costs to book you, Jeremy Newkirk, for an hour. So we are very grateful, that you would take time out. And that's one of the great things about, Jeremy, even though he deals with, some of Hollywood's biggest, some of politics' biggest. I mean, one of the projects you worked on earlier was with, the former President Obama, in helping to set up his fundraiser for his first campaign, Geico Insurance, and now a big announcement coming up with Fubu Studios. But you still understand the value of supporting Black business, but also about giving. And no matter how high you climb, you're still constantly looking for a way to make sure that other people have opportunities. And so you've taken the technology, but then you said, okay, we've got technology, we've got Go Virtual Green, we've created a platform for young people to be clean in their thought process. But then you said, okay, now I'm going to shift it over and come into this music industry, which you got a background in because you used to do gospel concerts, I understand, right?
Yep.
And some of those big boys. So just real quick, tell us some of the folks and projects and stuff you worked on in the gospel space.
Yeah, so we when I was at Sony Music, we were I had a A&R deal. We had a sound and image showcased, and then we turned that into MBN6. MBN6 was a network that we created to showcase talented young people. And so Sony had never did, far as the label execs that I was dealing with, anything in the gospel space. And so I know my family is heavy in the gospel back in North Carolina. And then I learned that, around my hometown in Wilmington, North Carolina, they had a 40-some% dropout rate. And at that time, I had got reached out to by Kevin Lyles' group, Jay-Z and Mariah Carey. They had a beverage called Go Inside, where Jay-Z had an Armour Palmer tea and Mariah Carey had a pink lemonade. And they wanted me to do some things around virtual reality, augmentation and things of that nature. And so I, at the time, wanted to go back to my hometown and do a fundraiser concert to, address the issue of dropping out of high school and, again, teaching kids, hey, look, that's not the way. And so I know that entertainers have this great, 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 great influence over our youth. And so at the time, I bargained with them and say, hey, look, I will do, XYZ to help y'all with y'all augmentation if y'all come and support this gospel concert that I was doing, MBN6 Gospel. And so we recruited people like Donald Lawrence, Dottie Peoples, some of the great names in gospel, and we all ascended upon Wilmington, North Carolina. We did a 3-day weekend where we focused on youth. We focus on, empowering the community. We focus on giving away music deals and things of that nature to people that wanted to be inspired in the music industry as it relates to gospel. And it was a great success and a great turnout. We worked with the mayor in that city. We had a great news conference and things of that nature. And so those are some of the things that I do with the power that God has given me to be able to draw some of my celebrity friends into the space of nonprofit work that I do to give back so they can empower the youth. And that's how Go Virtual Green was born, out of that movement. The renaming of the 501c3 that my father started, it was born out of MBN6 Gospel, because after that movement, I decided to, once I started working with my son's school, to rename it Go Virtual Green, because I thought that kids should, refresh their mind and thrive. We could refresh things like paper or recycle things like paper, but what about recycling your mind? What about starting internally and making sure that we can empower our children to think positively online? And so when they're online, they can do e-commerce, they can build websites, they can reach people all around the world with their products, services, and ideas. They can own their own intellectual property rights, and they can start making money as early as 14 or even earlier. We work with Prince George's community colleges and some other universities, and we had kids as early as 12 years old building websites and building e-commerce platforms going viral. So we know, when it comes to our youth, there's nothing that they can't do.
Wow. So I think it's time to hit the drum roll, to make sure that the world knows that this global announcement that's coming forward that's going to have a major impact on Black businesses, because it's Black businesses that are founding this, and Black businesses that are going to benefit as well as others. But it's also something that is really special in the market, and one of the things that I'm really proud of, that we're going to have an opportunity to see TV that's funny, that's sexy, that's hot, that's beautiful, that's educational, that just is good entertainment, and it's going to be done for you by you. Tell us, Jeremy, this floor is yours. What's the big announcement that you've been working on, and now with some of your powerful people who are positive in the entertainment industry as well as business are now bringing to the world very, very soon?
Yeah. So going back to my son, I had hired my son during COVID. We was sitting in the office, and I hired him that summer. I said, "Hey, look." At the time, he was about 16 years old, and I said, "Look, I want my company Cover 360 to get more engagement." And so, long story short, he said, "Dad, maybe you should start a reality TV show, showing people, in the world what you do. And you already giving people six-figure makeovers." I said, "Hold on, don't tell that to nobody else." So we got on the plane immediately. We flew out to LA, and I talked to some of my celebrity friends, and I said, "Man, I want to start a TV show called Six Figure Makeover." And so we contacted one of the directors out here, Christina Cooper, and then we got on the phone with Vanessa Simmons. We wanted to ask her if she would host this. And then from there, just morphed. We started working with LeVar Ball, T.I., Vanessa Simmons, the Fortune 500 CEO, Chelsea Grayson. And we freestyle. Vanessa Simmons? Yes, Vanessa Simmons. She was our host for the show. And we shot a pilot, and COVID happened, and we started working that pilot. People started talking about it. I never really even solicited, but people just kept talking about how powerful it was and how dope it was that we was highlighting young entrepreneurs and giving them six-figure makeovers. And so before, Lord and behold, this year, the end of last year, I ran into the guys over at For Us, By Us, FUBU Studio and Network, and they had just got a $450 million deal to produce Black content that was diverse and empowering. And so I was chosen out of the 30 people that they was going to pick. We were number 8 chosen to create this six-figure makeover television show that's now coming in 2025. And we'll have the power and the resources to be able to empower anybody that, have a business or intellectual property or ideas that they want to get accelerated and, put into the marketplace to empower our community. So I'm very excited about that. And, just looking so much forward to doing that and empowering the community. We have so many celebrities and moguls and subject matter experts that are joining us right now. We've been trending viral on the internet and on social media and in the news for the last week, from Black Enterprise to Blavity TV to all these different news outlets that's picking the story up. And so we're just excited about what's to come with that. That's why I'm back out in California right now. We're starting production next week. And so it's just an exciting time. We got some very powerful names. I wish I could drop some of the very powerful, some of the people that you would, not even think, but very powerful people, billionaires that are joining the network to be able to bring forth six-figure makeover. We're just so excited about it.
Wow. And just think, we're fortunate right here within the last week to be able to drop it right here on the Black Business Network. So you can add that
absolutely
to Black Enterprise, Blavity, and now we just left Black Business Network.
Yep.
We'd love to be able to, as you move around, because you're going to do this in LA, but you're also going to move around the country a little bit. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. We're definitely not just the country. Our goal is to be, six-figure makeover South Africa, six-figure makeover Nigeria, six-figure makeover Barbados, six-figure makeover Grenada. It's going to be an international thing. We're not just stuck in one place. We're going to be domiciled here in LA, but we have plans to move all around the entire world. Entrepreneurship is a global thing. especially in today's economy. Like, we know how tough today's economy is. And now we live in a gig economy. That's what we're in. We have ushered us to a gig economy where if you really, really, really want to get a hold of your finances and control of your legacy, you have to be entrepreneurial based. It's imperative that we teach our children to be entrepreneurial based. I'm not saying don't have a job. That's why I don't focus on business, but I do focus 100% on entrepreneurship. Like I tell my sons and people around me all the time, even on a job, you should be entrepreneurial, because at the end of the day, you should be able to manage yourself, lead yourself, invest into yourself, and have resources that you know that you could put back into yourself and into the community that will cause you and your community to thrive. To me, that's what entrepreneurship is all about.
Wow. Well, we definitely, as you make that, Dr. Kelly got some big news today with some folks that are brewing up some partnerships globally. So we want to make sure that, backstage, as you're bringing all these big time folks in, that Black Business Network is right there growing with you, because, the other piece of what you said that was really exciting is the fact that you got this opportunity for a company that now, because you had a lot of people that were trying to get you all to come on board, and you didn't just jump into it. That's something else, that if people follow your story, you've had other companies try to give you, money to go virtual greens concept, or, some of the other projects that you've done, and you held on to them to make sure that you didn't, I'm going to just say it, you didn't sell out to the first bidder. You didn't just go ahead and sell your idea because you were going to make a little bit of money, a little bit in the scheme, a lot to most people, but a little bit in terms of what you could do if you did a cover 360 $1 million makeover in $100,000 makeover in South Africa, and take it around the world,
Absolutely.
So being able to hold on, which is why it's so important for people to understand not to sell out. Don't go for the crumbs and the peanuts, hold on and let those people that are petty with pennies, as my mother would say, so that you're around with your millions. You got people that you can depend and you can trust. And so that part of the story is great. But talk about the partnership with FUBU and, them being able to secure. And for people who don't know, FUBU is the company that was founded by Damon Johns, a Black business entrepreneur, off Shark Tank. He sold his company. Now they've taken it, to the level of where it is in media, and they got a $450 million investment to be able to produce positive communications, positive media, and now you're one of those anchor positive shows to help them build positive content around the world. Talk about what that means to you, and being partnered with such a powerful force because of what it's doing.
Oh man, I can't like you said, and Darius, my story quite well. I was offered, millions of dollars at, different points of times in this journey. And I just felt like the narrative was going to be watered down. And I cannot have the narrative watered down, because I believe in the people. Everything that I have done and everything that I've created have come from feedback from the people. And the people that have really empowered who I am are young people. They have cried out to me. I've mentored around the world with you, Darius, and everybody else out in Prince George's County. Shout out to Prince George's County, my love, my home, where I really
serve on the board. You're on the board of Prince George's County's Foundation Community
College. Yes, I'm definitely on Prince George's Community College Foundation board. Shout out to all the folks at PG Community College. I love that college. I actually started there. That was my first school out of the military that I attended. And so it does me great justice. And I love it because I'm able to give back in a very powerful way back to that college, giving my intellectual property and resources back to that college. But, like I said, the youth is just my heart. So, being able to listen to the youth and understand what they really was needing, especially in the Black community and what they wanted, I could not let these big corporate American counterparts take the narrative that I had created and poured all my resources into, and took all the feedback from all the kids that have gotten from around the world and watered it down into something that just did not match who I was and who I am and what my children and the people that stand by me represent. So when I got a chance to run into John Askew the president over at Forest by Us Studios, and talk to Rush and Jay Alexander, which is the co-founder of FUBU with Damon John, when I was able to reach out to those guys and we sat down for a whole day, I was on the phone with them for a whole day and we just shared our stories and we talked, and they understood exactly what I was building and what I was standing for. And they said, absolutely, Jeremy, we want to get behind this. We want to back you on this. And so December 12th, 2024, we signed a deal to make Six Figure Makeover one of their flagship shows, to be able to scream out this diversity and empower our youth with positive messaging and entrepreneurship. And it's just so powerful because not only have they raised $450 million, they're right now, from what I understand and was told, they're at the $800 million level. And they're reaching over 1 billion people. We have relationships with Samsung TV Plus, Netflix, all types of media outlets that we'll be able to tap into and hopefully get this show across the globe. So that's why we say that Six Figure Makeover is going to be international. I've always wanted to be international. I've always known that the vision that we had was international. As far as STEM, everybody needs STEM. I don't care where you are, especially our black and brown youth. STEM is very critical and important. And entrepreneurship, second, very critical and very important, especially moving forward. I always tell people, are you 2030 ready? And we ain't going to go into that. And we in 2025, and you already see how it is in 2025. So imagine another 5 years from now, where it's just STEM and entrepreneurship. And if you ain't a part of the STEM or entrepreneur community, unfortunately, you're going to be, left behind was yesterday. I don't know what you're going to be in 2030 if you're not a part of entrepreneurship or STEM. You have to be a part of STEM and entrepreneurship. If you're not part of STEM and entrepreneurship, it's going to be a lost cause. And so me being a champion of STEM and being a champion of entrepreneurship, the two things that are super, super powerful and super, super dear to my heart, that I've taught everybody around me and try to impact the world and teach people that, hey, look, you have to be entrepreneur and STEM ready. You have to be. It's not you don't have a choice. And we already see how AI is taking over the world. It's already cut 20 to 30% of the job force right now, ever since COVID. I mean, people think that we bounced back from COVID. But if you look at the unemployment, yeah, it might be up, but it's up in STEM. It's up in entrepreneurship. The service jobs have been cut and left behind. There's a lot of people that lost their job that did not come back to the workforce because they're not STEM or entrepreneur. So if you're not STEM or entrepreneur and you're not ready for this new gig economy, especially under the Trump administration, we see what's going on. And I'm not going to get into politics, but I'm just saying the power of STEM and entrepreneurship is what we have to have in order to thrive in this new digital gig economy.
Wow. Well, congratulations, on just bringing all that together, and just to think that started down on the farm, this is
it definitely started on the farm.
And I think that's what people got to grasp, that this started, you've gone from, North Carolina to Hollywood to actually from Africa back to Hollywood to the DMV, and all along the way, it really started with family,
Absolutely.
And that is the foundation that allowed you to be as successful as you are and to have people want to work with you. But then think about this, for people to offer you millions of dollars and you just have enough gumption to hold on to, because you know how important it is to protect, one, your intellectual property, flashcard to anybody in business right now. One of the things that, my mother, who's in Gambia and doing artwork and music with musicians while she's in Gambia, she's recording music in Jamaica. Her song Africa Light Up the World is looking to premiere any day, doing plays in London. But one thing that she, drills in us all the time is protect your intellectual property. your content. And that's one of the things that now has really put you in position to launch businesses. I mean, let's talk about that. People are going to actually, who are already in business, kind of, making it, but still struggling. You're going to actually have them come before you and give them a 6-figure makeover. But before they do that, they can just join Cover 360 right now and get access for a nominal membership fee to folks that would cost them like a whole mortgage to just
more than
a consultation with some of these folks. And they're going to they can go online right now and sign up and register for Cover 360 just to get started in business, let alone to take their existing business to another level. Talk a little bit about, the framework of Cover 360. Then we'll get to the 6-figure makeover as we begin to close.
Yeah, so Cover 360 is pride now of the I2B toolkit. I2B stands for Idea to Business. And so we have 5 pathways. We have emotional intelligence pathways, because you have to have emotional intelligence in business. Startup, foundation, operation, and deployment. So those are the 5 pathways that we focus on training budding entrepreneurs, and it's all AI driven, so we can accelerate you quickly and fast and get you up and running. And so that is very powerful, because we're taking some of the top celebrities and some of the celebrities, and not just any celebrities, but celebrities that have pioneered in business, and some of the world's greatest subject matter experts as it relates to building business, as it relates to finance, marketing, business strategy, SEO, web, all of the things that is needed to get you up and running a powerful small business. We can accelerate that in about 3 weeks and get you up and running, and then bring those same influencers and celebrities to expose your business, give you investment for your business, and thus having a 6-figure makeover done upon you and get you ready for this world that we're embarking upon. And I'm very, excited about that, because it took us about 7 going on 8 years to really understand the dynamics of what people really wanted and how to deliver it to them and get them in a position where now we can accelerate that in about 3 weeks and get you up and running from an idea straight to a business platform. And so that's what Cover 360 is all about. And we're taking, going back to what you said, $1 million. I think we added it up in the back office. It's about $1.1 million worth of value down to just $35 a month.
Wow. Hey, you better go sign up right now.
I'm gonna say that more time. We took 1 million, because if you had to pay for a marketing expert, if you had to pay for a web designer, if you had to pay for a business strategist, a marketing, a financer, if you had to pay for all of these positions over a course of a year, which is what it normally takes 6 months to a year to start and found a business and get it up and running. Some people say even 5 years. And you take all of that information and all of that power and you bring it into about 3 weeks and then charge somebody $35. You're taking over $1 million worth of value and giving it and offering it for just $35 a month.
Wow. So, hey, so tell them how they can access Cover 360 online, if you will, please.
Absolutely. Just go to cover360ixty.com. That's cover360.com. cover360ixty.com. Cover360.com. If you log on to cover360.com, all the information is there for you to be able to thrive.
Wow. I'm like overjoyed, and I won't sing but because you're not casted today. But I would definitely be singing Stevie Wonder's song Overjoyed right now, because the other part of it is now shifting back to the TV show and what the 6-figure makeover actually means. You're going to actually take businesses that are up and running and help them to scale and put all of that information inside of them, but then put them in position with that 6-figure makeover, $100,000 cash on top of all of that expertise to scale business to a whole nother level. And it's going to be Black people that are doing it. So that means all the positivity. I mean, you've got the Ball family, you got T.I., you've got the Simmons family, you got some of the Black Hollywood, TV. And I mean, I got to say this, when you look at the young lady, Angela Simmons, of course, when you first look at her, she's beautiful. But in addition to being beautiful, she's brilliant. On top of being brilliant, her spirit is so high. Her vibration is so high. So she's not like, you don't see her on some reality show cursing people out and all drunk in the street acting crazy or whatever it is that people kind of love in the ratchet. They put some other shows, and I don't, we don't spend time, putting bad words or anything negative in the atmosphere about other people's stuff. But what we do is highlight the good, right? And, we love to be bold for good. It's something we really want to push and promote, and the Stanton Group is always pushing. But how, those businesses are being able to come into that system and actually be on TV with all of that Black power, and I'm talking intellectual power, financial power, emotional intelligence, and be able to scale. Talk about, what that's actually going to look like.
Well, yeah. So Vanessa Simmons is actually is the person we're working with, but it's still the Simmons family. And when you look at the TV show that they put out, it was very positive, and they created Pastry, which was their shoe brand. And so we tapped into somebody that we thought really represented entrepreneurship and that had a lot of female queen power and the ability to host and be beautiful and bold and business and just, like you said, very positive. She was the first person that popped in our mind. So you do have a lot of celebrity royalty as it relates to the Simmons family. And then you got LeVar Ball, who, look, we talk about legacy building. He got all three of his sons in the NBA at one point in time at the same time. I mean, how powerful is that you can bring all three of your children up and get them in the NBA at the same time? Like, that's very powerful. And then we know LeVar is so entrepreneurial, so savvy when it comes down to business. And then my brother T.I., can't say enough about how entrepreneurial he is and just how much he gives back to the community, empowering the youth and so forth and so on. So many moguls that he created under the Grand Hustle umbrella. And so just being able to do that, and then me partner with his brother, Bryce Harris, who's my business partner, T.I.'s actual blood brother, so that's family to me more than above, just the business. So bringing all those families together. And like I said, I can't even mention I got some Black royalty, that's really coming to the show. And then when we look at, the whole FUBU family, right? From taking a FUBU hat and turning it into a $6 billion entity. I mean, come on, that's genius that we don't talk about enough. One Black man, and then his partners, childhood partners who are still friends, and Jay Alexander being, one of the founders and CEO of FUBU Studios and FUBU Network that I've now had the privilege to be able to meet and now work with alongside to bring this television show. So we're talking about bringing billions of dollars, billions with a B of dollars of value to TV. And we're doing it in a very positive manner where we're for us, by us. And so that's what was so powerful about that motto, for us, by us. And I felt like, working with those guys was actually the message that I wanted to put out there for my community, for us, by us. We are building Cover 360, Go Virtual Green, Be Official Manager Group, 22nd Next Gen IT, MTB Construction. All of my companies are for us, by us, to empower the youth, workforce development, all of those things that keeps a community thriving and just pushing forward and pushing the narrative. So there's no way I could sell out that narrative. I mean, that would be me selling out my family. That would be me selling out my children. That would be me selling out my partnerships, like with the Stanton Group, who supported me throughout the years. That would be me selling out Prince George's Community College, which was one of the most prestigious community college in Black America, and the Prince George's County, one of the most prestigious county in America. That would be me selling out all of that. So when I think about that, is I can't say 5 million, 3 million, or 2 million, or 1 million, or something like that was worth selling out for. It couldn't be. So when I saw a company like For Us By Us that's worth billions of dollars, then I thought that might be the perfect match, because if anything, B stands for Black.
And what network are we on, Jeremy?
A Black Business Network.
There you go. There you go. So, I mean, it can't get any better than that. Jeremy, thanks so much, man, for taking your time and spending it this evening, really pouring this, information into our community, and, for holding on. I can say it enough, how important it is for us to hold on to your values and your morals and to treat people good. Because people are going to come at you, and the negative forces are going to do all kinds of things to separate you, but treat people good and provide good, solid business ethics and values. We're going to make mistakes, but also come back to the table. So as we wrap, Jeremy, come back to the table when things go wrong with Black business, because you go to a fast food restaurant, they mess up your order, but that doesn't stop you from getting in line.
That's a fact. And coming back, right? And so, and you, not only that, but then you'll go to 3 more, so make sure we find a way to come back to the table to push Black businesses to the next level, as you said, based on what's going on in the world today. And, my mom's song, Africa Light Up the World. Africa is the place. It's the origin, and it's a 360 coming about. Everybody wants to be there. Every country in the world that has any level of power is siphoning something from it. And Jeremy's talking about going to those countries and bringing some value back to the continent. And so as a result of that, Jeremy, you've got the last word in terms of how people can, if they want to be involved and watch and follow Cover 360's new production coming out, $1,000 makeover. How do they get involved and be able to follow you and know what you're doing, and how they can support, invest, and just be a part of this whole production? Because you're going to be doing commercials and ads and all that kind of stuff too, correct? Product placement, ads, all types of stuff as it relates to empowering Black business and putting them out in front of our billion audience. The good thing about it is, FUBU network, they have created such a powerful network. I think they're reaching over like 1 billion households right now, with all the different fast channels that they're a part of and networks that they're a part of. And so to be able to take this network and now expose Black businesses is just amazing. I just can't say it enough. And if you really want to, tap in, cover360.com, COVER360IXTY.com. You could go there. You could follow us on social media. Also, Instagram, Cover360 is our Instagram page. And just tap in and follow us and follow the story. But not only follow the story, participate, engage, support the Black businesses, support not just my businesses, but support the businesses that we're going to be showcasing. And then you too could be one of those businesses that we showcase.
You heard that. You too can be one of those businesses that are showcased. So, hey, listen, you heard it here. Thanks again for joining us here on the Black Business Network. Make sure that you share this show as much as you possibly can, because we need to push positive news and make sure that, as Jeremy said, that it goes viral. So Jeremy, fresh off the plane, man, I really appreciate you taking the time out and, joining us. And as, the things progress and the season gets underway, we trust that you come back and kind of give us an update so people can, continue to follow the story and be a part of history, because that's what it is, for us, by us, Black Business Network, BMG, official management. It's all coming together. While you're looking and worried and fearing, you see we're thriving in 2025. We're alive and thriving, right?
That's a fact. Thriving fine.
All right, my friend. This is Darius A. Stanton with the Win-Win-Win and Cover 360. Jeremy Newkirk, Be Official Management for Black Business Network, where genius is on the other. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Peace.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
It's time for
you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, everyone. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have with us Ms. Shahida Rahman, CEO of IAS Imaging Consulting, known for her integrity and the lasting impression she leaves on everyone she meets. Shahida is originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. She holds a BA in Communications from Southeastern Louisiana University and a Master's in Public Administration from Grand Canyon University. With nearly a decade of experience in the fashion industry, Shahida has worn many hats: image consultant, confidence coach, and professional model. Welcome, Shahida.
Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm well, thank you.
So, what has inspired you to focus on image consulting?
Well, I've been around the world, not around the world, but around the US for quite some bit. And I have noticed a lot of times where people are not really matching their image as far as whatever their profession may be, whatever they want to do. They are not actually meeting that. They're missing opportunities, put it like that. They're missing opportunities to actually get into the rooms that they would like to get into, because your first impression is an everlasting one. So, believe it or not, it takes at least 7 seconds for somebody to prejudge you. And or they just look at what you have on, or they just look at you and they feel that they can judge you by just looking at you. So I've noticed, I actually was able to combine my prior, well, I still model, but my fashion industry as well as my professional industry, and I merged them together so I can be able to help people start looking the part and feeling the part as well.
Okay. How did you get started in this industry?
Well, actually, it stemmed from the fashion industry, actually. I started out as a plus size model, and I traveled all over the US in fashion, in runways and modeling and print. And so I noticed that whenever I come home, people always will say, Shahida, can you please I'm going somewhere, I'm going to a certain event. Can you put this outfit together, or can you help me find an outfit? And so I did it, and I was like, I just used to do it because it was fun. Like, I just like, okay, let me find you something to wear. And so around 2020, when the pandemic happened, I was like, you know what? I really can do this as a business. And so I stopped. And I also used my experience in management as a public administration. And I saw the need for people who just come to work looking any kind of way and not caring. And so I was able to combine those two. Like, okay, I have a sense of fashion, and then I know certain things, attitudes be, nasty and not welcoming. And so I was able to, like, just during the pandemic, I was able to go into, I'd say, my lab or my closet space. And I just put two and two together because it's a need for it. So many people are showing up to work not looking the part, and you don't just represent yourself, you represent your employer as well.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
What challenges have you faced along the way?
Well, my challenges that I faced recently is mainly getting the word out there, getting the idea of what an image consultant is. People think that I am a stylist, and well, yes, I can style a person and help them look matched wherever they're going. However, an image consultant is a person who actually help you. I help guide you to your style. I help you build your confidence to make you feel pretty or to make you feel powerful. And so I work with the person confidence first. And so once I do that, then I do my little magics. I do my little tricks and stuff like that. And I help a person, get to where they have to go.
Awesome. What's the most rewarding part of your work?
My most rewarding part is seeing a client, it's a certain smile on their face. I have clients I have one client who have been in the real estate industry. And in the beginning, when she came to me, she didn't have that sense of confidence as far as her appearance. She was nervous that she didn't match her image as a real estate agent. And so through time, it worked. We had to put some work in, but once we did, just to see the smile on her face, it's not just a regular, smile. It's just a sense of confidence. And so I enjoy seeing a sense of confidence on my clients. Once they feel refreshed or feel elevated, I love to be able to help them do that. So.
Okay. Can you share a success story?
Sure. Let me think of one. I have a few. I've had one client, for example, she came to me just for a simple wardrobe assessment. She wanted to just upgrade how she carried herself. She wanted to look, she wanted to just fix herself up for her professional industry. And so once we started having an assessment and I started working with her, I noticed that it wasn't just her style. It was really her confidence that she was lacking. And so I began working with her. She didn't even like to look in the mirror at herself. Like, she could not look in the mirror. And, I feel in this industry, as an image consultant, people have the sense of, everybody have an insecurity. We all have insecurities. Let me just lay that out there. We all have insecurities. However, the goal is to overcome or get to a point where we can overcome those insecurities. And so pretty much I was able to start working with her to see her image redevelop, and she was able to start looking in that mirror again and start smiling and speaking affirmations and believing in herself. So that began to help her elevate her business. And so she actually began to make more money. She started bringing in revenue because she started to put that fear and self-insecurities and lack of confidence, she started putting to the side and started being able to shine for who she is. And so that's my goal with all of my clients, is to make sure that we challenge those insecurities. And then once we challenge those insecurities, we begin to focus on your elevation and what's your next level. We leave the past in behind and we move forward.
What's your approach to helping clients build their confidence?
Well, my approach is I tell people I sprinkle some fairy dust on them. No, I'm just playing.
I need some fairy dust then.
Girl, contact me after. I can help you. But no, actually, I really focus on a person's insecurities, their insides. I tell people I'm not a counselor and I'm not a therapist, but I do help you try to change and get yourself on the right path so that you can look the part and increase your revenue at the same time. So,
okay. How do you tailor your service to different clients?
Well, my target audience are professionals, are business professionals, college grads, people who are coming out of college and stepping into the professional industry. And also my clients are focused toward like the professional people who just want to elevate themselves, who want to become that CEO or the COO or whatever in upper management, but they may have the knowledge, but they're just missing a little something. And so what I do now is I just promote social media. I do networking. I do speaking events. I do workshops and trainings. So that's how I get the word out.
Okay. What roles does self-care play in your work?
Oh, it's major. Child, I tell you, I just had some self-care for myself today. I had to go and I had to take some time for myself today because I poured out so much. I had to take some time and just be able to receive.
Yes, which is
So
needed.
yes, you do need it. Actually, self-care for me is pretty much oh, wait, what's the question again?
What roles self-care plays in your work?
What roles will play? Okay, because I'll be going on talking about me, child. But the roles that play in with self-confidence is, self-care is again confidence and learning to take time to yourself, setting boundaries, learning how to say no, to too many people, because you don't have time for yourself. So,
Right.
and
Which
then
can be overwhelming at
yes,
times.
it can be.
Yes.
It can be. And so just as far as that, and then also just being able to let loose. And sometimes people just need to be able to let go. And being able to let go. I know it's nervous at first. Sometimes people are nervous or afraid because they don't know a person.
Exactly.
And so they'd be like, I don't know her. I don't know her. But through it all, I guess with my personality, charm, and charisma, you can, I promise you, people let their guards down easily. It may take us, a little session or so, but that's the main thing. It's the self-care, because an image consultant is really self-care. It's a form of self-care because you care about who you are. You care about what you look like. You should care. Some people don't.
Right.
Some people, we live in a society now where people be like, I don't care what they think of me, but you really do. You really do care how
And you shouldn't care sometimes what people think, but yourself.
Exactly. You have to start with yourself first, because a lot of times people they shun off and be like, oh, I don't care what people say, but it's not worried about what they say. It's what you feel for you. Then whatever you feel, then that should flow on to someone else and say, oh, she's cool people. He's all right, So that kind of stuff actually matters.
How do you stay current with the trends?
So I think being a part of the fashion industry, I'm not really a trend person. Yes, we do like, well, as a Black woman, our hair, sometimes I might have, different hairstyles,
Right.
things like that. But to stay with the trends, sometimes you can look in the magazines, you can look on social media, but trends actually tend to leave very quickly.
Exactly.
So by the time you start a trend, child,
there's
the trend
another
is out. Yes. So I'm not really a trendy person. I like authentic. I think I like a person to be authentic. I like you to be yourself. One thing as an image consultant, I don't try to change you. I don't try to change who you are. If you like rocking, certain things, that's fine. But we're going to find a way to incorporate that into your professional realm,
Exactly.
So I'm not really a trendy person per se. But I do like nice things, and if a color is popping or something like that. But I don't really do the fads because they be gone so quick. So,
what advice do you give to someone starting their image journey?
Their image journey. I would suggest that they learn how to one, I would say release, like release. And my word release meaning release and receive. Because sometimes you be setting your own ways and you be set like, I don't need an image consultant. I don't need nobody to tell me what to wear. I don't need nobody to tell me how to act. So, you know, that kind of thing. I would like a person to come in with an open mind and just be willing to try. You know, it's okay to say no, but how you know if you never try, you know?
Right. How do you define personal style?
I think everybody has their own personal style. I think you know, some people can have room to grow and to look, you know, elevate themselves. But I feel like your personal style is who, like I said in the beginning, well, a few seconds ago, about being authentic, you know, who, whatever you are, you know, we have so many different styles, so many different people in the world. So it should be so many different styles. But the catch of it is what works for you and what works for your industry. So like if you're in news and things like that, so you want to be able to look like a news anchor or look like a journalist or look like you know, you're supposed to look the part. So
right, whatever profession you're in.
Correct. So that's my thing. Whatever your style is, your style. And trust me, honey, I have plenty of styles. I could be professional. I can be, you know, urban. That's
Same.
I use. Yes, I just like being different. I just changed my hair the other day because I got bored of the other hairstyle. So
that's how I am.
Right. And I can rock a fro 1 minute. I can rock a hair the next. I can rock, you know. I love our versatility, especially of being a Black woman. I love being able to be versatile. And so my style changes, I would say weekly. I mean, you know.
And misconception about image consulting.
I thought I lost you there, but yeah. So my style actually changes weekly sometimes, child. So it just depends.
What's a common misconception about image consulting?
They think I'm a stylist. They think I can style. Like, you know, like earlier when I spoke a second ago, I mean a few minutes ago, where the people will think like, oh, Shahida, you'll come and style me. I'm going to this event. Now, yes, mind you, I can do that. That is one of my services. However, they think an image consultant is a person who just literally fashion.
Right.
And an image consultant is not just fashion.
Prior to me doing this
interview, an image consultant works with your appearance, your behavior, your communication skills, how you communicate with people. How do people respond? Yes, and that's what people think. Yeah. So like your behavior, your attitude, and then how you communicate is two different things, really.
Mm-hmm.
And then also,
you're breaking up.
Just
are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner?
And one more thing that they think that
the world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're
what's
back.
the common misconception about energy consulting? Did we speak on that one?
Yeah, but I wanted to touch base on the last one. I did say that they think an image consultant is a stylist, a fashion stylist only, but an image consultant works with more than just your appearance. An image consultant works with your behavior, which is your attitude, how you handle stuff in the professional setting, as well as communication, and then your digital footprint. But one more thing that people misconstrue is that it is it's only for the luxury, like people with luxury, and it's not. It's really to let people know whenever it's time for you to elevate and move up into whatever field you're in. People think that image consulting is only for the rich and famous or the really really upper echelons, and it's not. It's really just an image consultant could be on different levels.
Right. Mm-hmm. What future goals do you have for IAS Image Consulting?
My future goals for IAS is to expand to a firm. I do want to become to own a firm, not just a consulting service. I want to be able to have a firm where we have different tiers of the image consulting. So I do have another platform besides IAS Image Consulting. I have a platform called I Rock Confidence, and I Rock Confidence is strictly for teens. It's a teen program for young adults, teens and young adults, and that's a confidence builder. So I would like to go be able to having workshops in schools and other public settings with teens and start to teach them how to begin to develop their image at a younger age. Because like when I was younger, to be honest, I had my grandmother, like your grandmother, my mom. Those are the people that really be like, where you going looking like that?
Right.
What's wrong with that on? You're not going out this house with that on. We don't have that too much anymore. You know, we do have some moms and aunties and grandmothers to do that, but nowadays we really don't. So everybody doing their own thing. Just like they had a incident with a young lady that went viral on social media because she went to an interview in shorts and in a tank top, and so the interviewer asked the interviewee, would she like to go and change her clothes? And the girl was like, no, I don't see nothing wrong with what I have on. Well, maybe guess what? She sure didn't get that job. So, it's things like that. So it's like the newer generation don't have that. And then also in the future, I am starting to host workshops and trainings in professional development, as well as teaching soft skill training, how to communicate with people, customer service skills, how to say yes and no and thank you. Sometimes the industry right now, especially food service, they so dry, yes. Just give you food and go on about your business. But you want a tip from me, you know what I'm saying? You want me to give you a tip, but you can't even, give me full service, So those are the kind of levels of the IAS Image Consultant that I want to be able to incorporate and, have a growing team where we can actually be a firm within the next three years.
Okay. Can you give us a little background of the outreach that you started in 2015?
Oh, yeah. So I started something. I don't have it now, but it's still starting to come on back in. It's really a part of I Rock Confidence, right? I couldn't let it go. So in 2015, I started a nonprofit organization called WISE. And that WISE stood for Women in Self-Empowerment. And that was targeted toward the ages 16 to 24 to help women or young women with career development. And just to start saying, like, what do you want to do in life? Like, there is someone who cares about you. And that's someone who's, at first it was me. I was, it was a one-woman show. And so I did the best I could in nonprofit at that time. And then I gradually picked up IAS. And then now I think WISE is a part, the I Rock Confidence is a spinoff of WISE.
Okay. Okay. And if you don't mind, can you give us your contact information on where to reach you?
Okay. On social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, I am listed under I Am Shahida. Like my first name is I Am, and then my first name is Shahida.
Okay.
you can, if a person is interested in getting to know more about my services, they can go to my website, which is iasimageconsulting.com.
Okay. Thank you. And I hope you have a good evening.
Okay.
Genius
Thank you.
is
You
the
too. And
comment.
thank you.
You're welcome, my love. Genius is the comment, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, Ivanka Faraby here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity? Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
In today's world, everyone has a platform, but few have a voice that truly resonates. Standing out isn't just optional, it's imperative for survival. Through years of guiding industry leaders, I've discovered what truly sets exceptional professionals apart. Today, I'm sharing a framework that's transforming careers and opening doors to unprecedented opportunities. Your digital footprint is more than just a resume. It's your stage for thought leadership. Think of your online presence as a beacon of expertise. Every post, every comment, every share should demonstrate not just what you know, but how you think. Engage with content, speak at conferences, and let your digital authority shine. Forget collecting connections. Focus on cultivating relationships that matter. It's not about how many people you know. It's about the depth and quality of those connections. Engage in meaningful professional interactions, participate in collaborative meetings, and form strategic partnerships that can propel your career forward. Your journey is unique, and your story should be too. Share not just your successes, but your insights. Your audience craves authenticity, not perfection. Create engaging content, watch your engagement metrics rise, and see how your audience reacts to your genuine storytelling. In an era of uncertainty, trust is your greatest currency. Build it through consistency, maintain it through transparency, and grow it through results. Engage in professional interactions, hold client meetings, and celebrate successes to reinforce trust with your audience. The only constant is change. Make it your competitive advantage. Stay ahead by staying curious. Your greatest asset is your ability to adapt and grow. Embrace learning moments, develop new skills, and celebrate achievements as you evolve. These aren't just strategies, they're the building blocks of a legacy that will open doors and shape industries. In 2025's hyper-connected world, your personal brand isn't just what you project. It's the bridge between your potential and your impact. Ready to transform your professional narrative? Visit 5starbdm.com and schedule your strategy session today.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love the lead inheritance lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
I was born and raised in
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives.
Business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on. I
love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is the one and only Mr. Jeffrey Clark, co-founder at We Create Enterprise. Jeffrey? Uh-oh.
Oh, hold it.
What happened?
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Hello.
There you go. How are
Yes.
you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I was going to talk a little bit about your background, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to share some information about you. I know you're an alumni of the Hamilton. You're the first Hamilton alumni graduate with a Bachelor of Arts in Technology and Digital Media. You're a multilingual entrepreneur and technologist that's passionate about leveraging technology to create products and user-centric experiences that effectively address consumer needs, empower people, and drive business value. I'm going to let you take it from there, Jeffrey. I think you can do it more justice than I can. Tell us a little bit about you and your background, please.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so I grew up in Florida for most of my life. And as you said, I went ahead and attended Hamilton College, which is in upstate New York. So for me, I would say I've always been an entrepreneurial kind of person. I've always been a self-starter. I've always wanted to, one, create and help others bring things, bring ideas into the real world, which is what kind of led me down the path of product management that I pursued. And product management, for those who aren't familiar with it, is essentially, you could kind of think about it as an internal entrepreneur. So whatever company that you are working in, you're going ahead and you're working each of those processes, ideation, conceptualization, right? to go ahead and design, research, really understanding each problem space that you're working in uniquely enough to go ahead and craft solutions. So it's the process that every entrepreneur goes through, right? You have to understand your target audience. You have to do a little bit of research and understand how you want a solution for that space. And for me, I found my way into that after creating my major. I was invited by JP Morgan Chase to their Code for Good Summit. And I started learning about this thing called design thinking, which took me off of the traditional path of, I would say, software engineering, because I was initially studying computer science before I designed my major. And it took me down this awesome path of, ideating and creating and designing and really understanding what it really means to go ahead and own the idea from start to finish, right? And that took me to product management. From product management, I worked at IBM for a bit, and now I'm doing my own thing with We Create Enterprises as a product consultant. But I'm super excited about helping entrepreneurs and creatives and people who really want to brand themselves and get their products launched to do that in a way that's meaningful, especially for those of us who are underserved, those of us who are from diverse places and things like that, to really get our ideas heard.
Wow. You are an inspiration. It is something that we definitely need. Let's unpack this a little bit. Based on all the things that you're currently doing, what are some of the challenges that you face as an entrepreneur, business owner, that kind of thing? Tell us a little bit about your journey, if you will.
Yeah, for sure. So I think for me, entrepreneurship, because I said I'm naturally entrepreneurial. So just to give you an understanding of what I mean by that is I started out my entrepreneurial journey in middle school, actually. I started out selling candy to various peers and friends and things. And I had a little bit of fun with it, right? And I think that's like the very basic, a basic form of entrepreneurship, right? Not really where you're coming up with a new solution to a problem, but where you're using existing materials. But I would definitely say, for me, some of the challenges have been navigating from the corporate space into doing your own thing. In corporate, a lot of things are pre-structured for you. There are, systems that already exist. There are teams that already exist and mechanisms that have been going on for years. Whereas when it comes to starting your own thing, you have to build those mechanisms. You have to build those structures and those systems. And you learn it by trial and error, right? You say, okay, well, it took me this long to do this. Now I have a template for it in the future. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And you go ahead and start creating things with that. And another thing is also sales. It's I think to anybody who's new to entrepreneurship, sales is a must-learn skill. And I'm still learning it even myself. But I think it comes down to understanding what your audience needs and how to communicate that you are the one to help them with that without sounding too pushy, without sounding too, I just want to take your resources. It's like, no, I'm trying to add value to you. And in that, there's going to be a value exchange. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's those two parts would be the most challenging parts, creating the systems and selling effectively. When you're so new to it, I think that those were the initial challenges for me, I'd say.
Well, I'm going to say this to you, Jeffrey, and please don't take offense, but you said two dirty words to me: sales and systems. Okay. As an entrepreneur for decades, but you're so spot on with this. But this is the part that most of us miss. We miss how important it is to have systems in place. I talked about this a few days ago, but systems can be the make or break deal for us as a business owner. And then the sales piece, you're right. It is something that you must learn. It's an art. Sales is an art. It really is. And if you can't sell, if you can't market yourself, and if you don't have systems in place, you're really not in business. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're really not in business. And you're talking some good stuff here. So let's unpack that as much as we possibly can together. So on your journey, and the things that you're doing, tell me about your most defining moment as an entrepreneur. What has been, give me a story, give me a good story. It's storytelling time. Give me a good story. Something
My
that's
most defining moment.
Yes.
Okay. I think a moment that really defined me, I would just kind of go back to that college experience, because what you need to understand is, because I was a computer science major up until the point I created my major, it was a pivotal point for me, because I felt like I was kind of siloed into this box of you have to be a software engineer, you have to do something with code, which I enjoyed. I enjoyed programming, right? But that's not necessarily what I wanted to do as a career, because I was always somebody who, again, I wanted to be a little bit more in control of the process. That's what entrepreneurs do. You know, we kind of wear all the hats when we're starting out. So for me, when I created my major, it gave me the leverage to be able to have more opportunity in my college experience. So I applied for the Social Innovation Fellowship via the Levitt Center at my school. And I was selected to be one of the fellows. So prior to the semester starting, we were all invited to come back to campus and go ahead and do a week-long social innovation summit, where we learned everything from the business model canvas to various different business models, and understanding the different ins and outs of what solving for the various problems that we were solving for looked like. And we got to pitch it at the end of the week. And I think for me, that was an eye-opening experience, in addition to the JP Morgan Code for Good that I had attended, because of the fact that I had finally begun to get my hands kind of in the weeds when it comes to entrepreneurship, as opposed to just, middle school selling candy. I respect that for sure. But this is a little more complex. You're thinking about, who am I serving? How is it going to impact them? How deep do I want to build it? What kind of materials do I need, right? What kind of resources am I going to use when I'm starting out? What channels am I going to use to market and distribute, So we got into the weeds of that, and we got into the weeds of how to make a profitable business that is also socially impactful. And to me, I think that was a pivotal point for me, because I believe in business with purpose, not just for profit. As I'm serving people, if you come to me with an idea or a product that you want to launch, I want to kind of help you reverse engineer as to why you even want to launch that particular solution first, right? Because we want to make sure that you're not wasting marketing dollars on something that's not validated. We want to make sure that you can validate your idea, that people are willing to buy that and pay for that before we even start pushing out the branding and the positioning around that idea. You know what I'm saying? So it's really wanting to serve the consumers and really wanting to make products that actually are meaningful and impactful.
I love what you said when you said you do this work not just for the profit, but you want people to have a purpose with their business and what they're doing, and the reason of that, the reason for doing business. So let's talk about this from a lens of diversity and inclusion. How do you prioritize diversity and inclusion in your body of work? And how has that helped you throughout your journey as well as your clients?
Yeah, I think being a Black product manager and just a Black technologist in general has helped me to have that background, because even navigating that experience of being a STEM professional in college and even in industry, there aren't many that look like us in some of these fields, especially in product management. I advocate for more and more Black product managers all the time, right? But I think the reason for that is that these are the positions where decision-making is crucial, right? The kind, even down to the applications you use on your phone, like down to how WhatsApp is structured, down to how, the latest new release of Apple or the iPhone is structured, right? There are product managers and technologists that go into that. So on the weeds level. And for me, it's like, you don't have to be as big as those companies if you want to launch, right? Every entrepreneur and creative that we are, speaking with and that we're working with, we want to give you that same level of understanding of how to do product research and how to, how to go ahead and navigate these different conversations and spaces, but you don't have to be on that level to get it. And I think I prioritize it there, because I'm working, I'm focused on small businesses, focused on creatives, on aspiring entrepreneurs, who may not have all that capital to launch, but they have a bright idea and they have something that's going to serve, society in a meaningful way. And maybe they didn't know how to go to market with it, but now we're helping them to do that. So I think for me, even based on my own personal experience, I wanted to get into this field to learn the tools to bring it back to the people.
Love that. Love that. That sounds like innovation on steroids. That's what that sounds like to me. Awesome. So let's talk about those that are getting started, aspiring entrepreneurs. They're not sure what to do, where to start, or even if they should be in this lane. What advice would you give to those aspiring entrepreneurs who are uncertain? They've probably been through some things, they've had a lot of challenges or faced a lot of barriers or hiccups and obstacles along the way. What advice would you give to those aspiring entrepreneurs that are coming your way?
Yeah. I would say first ask yourself what's drawing you, what's pulling you, because once you begin to identify the forces that are pulling you toward entrepreneurship and you begin to understand what your why is, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have probably said that, but just to expand on what your why is to what impact do you want to create in the world, right? Where do you see yourself fitting into the picture? And then additionally, I will add to that, what are your points of influence? It's something that a term I kind of coined in a previous speech, where it's examining what people have told you you're good at, what you're naturally excelling at, and how can you create a solution and package a product offer around that, right? Because you want to make sure that you have, we will call it founder market fit, meaning that you're the founder for the job, for the thing that you want to do in the marketplace, that you are the person to bring it. So I would tell them that. I'd say get very specific and intentional about why you want to enter into entrepreneurship, because you don't want to just go with a business model that everybody says to go with. You want to go with the business model that suits the kind of person that you are, because you want it to be long-term and sustainable.
Love it. Love it. Do you have, and you can tell me, no, Nikki, I don't want to answer that question, but do you have a favorite community of people that you enjoy working with, an ecosystem or community, industry, vertical? I know that's a touchy subject. We try not to cross that line, but I'd love to know, because, we all have our favorites. Like, I really enjoy this type of client or archetype or that kind of thing. So
yeah, I would say that because I'm a creative at heart, I would definitely say creatives. But then you could argue that we're all creatives, right? We were all born to create something, bring some outcome into this world. But creatives, I would say, definitely interested in, anyone who's trying to launch something that is expressive and very bold and innovative. I think that's really cool to me. I think that you can be a creative in any industry, you know what I'm saying? But as long as you are trying to innovate, as long as you're trying to bring something new, I think that excites me. But I'm willing to work with all kinds of clients.
Yeah. I consider myself as a creative, and I work with creatives, but some of you're on a different plane. I mean, that left brain, that right brain, you have to know how to communicate with a creator. You know what I mean? You all are just a little bit different than the rest of us. And no offense, I love it. It's just that most people, especially business owners and new business owners, we have no idea how to communicate. So it takes time. It takes relationship building and that kind of thing. So let me ask you this. Can you give me an example of how you've used innovation or creative problem solving and being able to communicate with each other? That could be considered, problem solving. Can you give me an example of how you use these skills for innovation, problem solving to address a specific challenge of business owner?
I can remember when 2020, when the world changed forever. I saw that industries were being shaken. I saw that people were, being furloughed, that all kinds of changes were happening rapidly that we had not precedented, right? We had not expected. And I said, I want to go ahead and help people to navigate these changes. So what I did is I took my understanding, I took my studies, I went ahead and I created a series called All Things Product on YouTube. Right. And I wanted to identify successful brands, successful entrepreneurs, and just strategies, right? What people have been doing to navigate in the pandemic, but also what they did to build their businesses to where they are, because I wanted to share these strategies. It's the same thing I said about going ahead and getting the skills to bring back to the people. It's scaling the mountain to bring it back to the people, right? To bring it back to the village. I wanted to break these down so that people could use those same tactics in their everyday lives to go ahead and navigate better outcomes for themselves, within that pandemic period. So I went ahead and launched that series. I got it got really great reception, right? I had launched it through my LinkedIn first, and then, so that was the initial funnel to my YouTube channel. But I did that because, one, my major is technology and digital media. So I had studied both technology, right, and the digital media. And I wanted to go ahead and put the business in there. Because again, you can have the creativity, you can have the art, the multimedia experience, you can have the coding experience and the technicalities, but if you don't have the business prowess, how are you going to glue it all together to create something that's actually meaningful and useful to the world on a practical, everyday level? So for me, I wanted to go ahead and create that series. And that series, again, it had a lot of great feedback. And currently, I'm still iterating on it. I actually have some content I've been editing from a recent conference that I went to, where I interviewed a number of Black professionals. So I'm getting ready to post some new footage on my YouTube channel, kind of revamping that, because I want to continue to deliver insights to the people and show them that, honestly, if you can dream it, it's possible.
I love it. I love it. Did you always know you were going to probably be in this space? I mean, were you into technology as a youngster? Were you into digital stuff? You know what I mean? Technology. Did you take things apart and put them back together? I mean,
that's a great question. I think for me, I've always been a builder. I'll say that. My first career that I wanted to be was an architect. So it's always been creating something. It was first an architect, then it was an industrial chemist, and then it eventually became a product manager. So always,
wow,
always the act of creating or bringing something new into the world. But I will say that when I was younger, my sister and I used to play with our father's computer, and we used to kind of hack in, you know what I'm saying? So we used to kind of find all of these different hacks and things like that. So I guess if you were asking me back then, could I have seen this for myself? I would say no, because it's not like I was planning to go study computers or programming or any of that. I was always very entrepreneurial, as I said, but I don't know that I would have predicted this kind of path at all. No.
Wow. And I'm going to deviate a little bit because I want to get to the questions about community. Community is very important to us as business owners. Without community, we are not business owners. That's just my perspective of it. We can't do business without a community, right? And what I want to know is, how are you addressing some of these other communities? Every generation, every industry has their own community. So you got your boomers, you got your Gen Z, you got your millennials. And when it comes to technology, sometimes the boomers, we don't get it. We're not as apt to catch on as quickly as some of the younger folks or younger generations. Do you have anything within your business or field where you help those people? Are you offering any kind of thing like that? Or that's not your lane? That's not something you do? You don't specifically work with a specific group of people. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Let me see if I understand the question. So you're saying, in terms of communities, how do we help assist those people
that
who are
not
traditionally technology? I would definitely say that yes. While it's not something that whilst I never mentioned it in product consulting, it does have to do with you as an entrepreneur, right? If you come to me with your idea and you need to have a channel to bring your idea to market and you don't know technology, well, of course we'll work with you through that, right? We don't expect everybody to know how to work that technology or this technology or the latest, but we want you to work the technology that suits your idea best. And I truly, I'm a believer, because I did do a little bit of teaching, I'm saying, ever so slightly in programming,
right.
That people have the ability to learn new skills, and it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you go ahead and you believe that you can do it, you're able to do it. So absolutely, we're able to work with people like that. We're able to work with people who you would say are technologically challenged. You may think you're technologically challenged. It's just that you don't have the right paradigm for operating it. And once you crack that paradigm, you're unstoppable. So we absolutely do work with people like that.
Okay. And we're going to stay in the lens of community because, again, we do understand how important it is. So as a business owner, entrepreneur, creator, innovator, all that good stuff. How does your business contribute to the community? And do you have any specific initiatives or causes that you're most passionate about? Let's talk about the personal side, the business side. Let's put all of that together and talk about that.
Yeah, I think I'm very passionate about, first and foremost, creating community within the Black entrepreneurship ecosystem, especially where I am in South Florida. So I am involved with various entrepreneurial ecosystems down here. And I think just the mutual support of being in communities like that, I think is one, enriching to me, but anyone in there, any resources I have, any things that I have that I come across that are relevant, I'll share with people in my community. So that's one thing. But another thing that I've been doing and looking into is really how to bring together more and more of us Black entrepreneurs around various topics that affect our community, not necessarily just in terms of like business output, but in terms of upbringing. You know what I'm saying? Even topics affecting Black men, and in terms of upbringing, when it comes to, for instance, like role models in our community. You know what I'm saying? Those are some of the areas that right now I've kind of been behind the scenes working toward creating impact in. And so there are some things brewing. I don't want to reveal too much right now. But,
I got you.
There are some things. Right. You can stay tuned. Connect with me. But yeah, I would definitely say things relating to our community and how we are, how we're coming together around these types of initiatives. And another thing too is also wealth in our community. So I am also a wealth consultant. So I am helping Black families and Black professionals kind of really take control of their wealth and legacy in ways that are going to create generational impact right now. I think that's very important to me, because I think we can talk about all these ideas. We can talk about the upbringing. We can talk about the role models, but how are we securing the future of the community? So those are some causes that are really, really important to me.
Oh, I love that. I'm right there with you. I totally agree with that.
Oh, sorry. And one more. Can I say one more?
Yes, please.
Yeah, because earlier this year I spoke at 2 different conferences relating to education and career. That's very important to me as well, that we have pathways to STEM and sustainable careers for our Black youth. I think it's really, really important that we, highlight these kinds of initiatives like Year Up, like even like the Posse Foundation, even like Code 2040, all of these organizations I've had affiliations with. And I think the more that we can get people of our community, pipeline into these programs, I think there will be a lot more sustainable outcomes within our community to create that generational wealth, to go ahead and have that success that we're looking for as well.
Yeah. You mentioned the Posse organization, right?
Yes.
That's an organization. Tell me a little bit more about that, because I want to tap in. I read that on your bio and your information. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Tell us a little bit more about that.
So that's the Posse Foundation. The Posse Foundation is a foundation that was based on the premise that if students went to school with a support group or people who are from their similar area, that they would stay in college and not drop out. So it was founded on that premise. So the way it works is that there's a group of several schools and students get sent to each school in packs of 10. But there's a very selective process, right? That candidates have to go through, and it's, by the way, full tuition scholarship. So
wow,
yes. So it is a useful scholarship, but so it's a very selective process. You do go through the rounds and things like that, but eventually you get paired with the group of 10, which becomes your posse throughout your college experience. You get a mentor throughout college. You get all these different resources to navigate college with. And then after that, you get plugged into a network of alumni afterward, where they have various events and various opportunities and things. So I would say, for people who are looking to kind of expand out of their horizons and expand their opportunities and maybe go out of state, or they don't have the funding for traditional college, that might be a route to explore. Definitely, for sure.
Wow. Great information. We definitely need to check out the Posse Foundation. You're doing good work there. You're doing good things for our youth, and we need it. Now, I want to turn the page a little bit here and talk about how do we know when we need you, right? What if I've been in business for a while and I'm not necessarily an aspiring entrepreneur? I am in the trenches. I am in full mode of entrepreneurship and owning a business, but I'm trying to do something different. I'm trying to come up with something. I have a proof of concept or I have something going on.
Yeah.
How do I know, as a seasoned entrepreneur, how do I know that it's time to call on Jeffrey Clark? How do I know, okay, there's no sense in me trying to figure this out on my own. Let me call a professional.
Yeah. So if you're not certain about whether your idea has what we would like to call in my industry product market fit, whether people are willing or ready to buy that kind of product, that's a time to call me for sure. If you're not certain about what kind of solution you want to make, you've identified the problem, that's also another time to call me. If you've identified a solution that you want to put forth, but you're not so solid on the delivery, that's another time to call me as well.
Wow. Great answers. Yeah. Do you run into this type of scenario often? You know, people have been in business for a while and they become stuck or whatever, and you're the solution to their problem. Do you run into this scenario quite
I've
often?
spoken to a number of different people who are different stages for sure. I recently spoke to somebody who has been in business, but now they would like to scale, right? And I think it's from like a messaging standpoint. They want to know what is it that's going to take their brand from A to Z. You know what I'm saying? From now to the future. So, you know, we do run into it for sure. I think every case is different because we've dealt with a variety of different backgrounds, you know what I'm saying, at different stages of entrepreneurship.
Right. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. What do you see for your business? Let's just say 10 years from now. Where do you think you will be? What's the big audacious goal? What's going on? Can you share any not proprietary information, but can you share what's on the horizon?
I think one of the biggest things, if you look at the name, We Create Enterprises, I want you to focus on that we. We for me stands for community. It's not just about I or you, it's about us. And it's about, I want to grow this into a movement of one, we are creating the future because we are all creators, whether you believe it or not, you are a creator.
Right.
And I think I want to create more community around We Create. I want to create more mechanisms, more opportunities, forums for community, for different entrepreneurs to be able to interact and connect. So that's what the future is looking like, I think, for We Create as well. But I want it to be known as a place where you can get your idea birth, right? You don't have to be stuck at the ideation phase, or you don't have to be stuck at, oh, I have a solution, but I'm not sure how to package it. I'm not sure who to talk to or what channels to go through. It's I have an idea and I know exactly where to go. And I know where I can find support and community for that idea.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Now, I asked you a similar question earlier, but I want to go back. I want to go back and unpack this. Can you just give me some steps, you know, before we get to you? But we know we're going to call upon you. We know we're going to call you and we care. What are some of the things we need to have in place before we get to you? You know, as entrepreneurs and business owners, what are some of the things you suggest that we kind of set that foundation for us?
Okay. So say you have a particular idea, right? You want to understand, okay, what industry you want that idea to be in? Like, why do you want it to be that particular idea? You know, why are you solving for that problem space? What draws you to that? Kind of want to understand a little bit about that, right? You don't have to have it all written down, but come with that in mind so that we can discuss it during our discovery interview. Because in that first process, I want to learn all about you, what your ambitions are in terms of this particular direction you want to go as an entrepreneur, and really where you see this going. Because then I'll understand, okay, from Nikki's point of view, this would be beneficial. The kind of founder that Nikki is, and based on Nikki's background, these kind of things are very important to Nikki, and we want to emphasize this in the branding. We want to emphasize this in the messaging. We want it to be authentic, right? I think when it comes to branding nowadays, especially, people are looking for authenticity. So I want you to come with an understanding of the space that you're looking to even enter. Yeah. But not even an in-depth understanding, because we'll help you get that, but at least like a surface level, right? If it's fashion, or if it's consumer goods, or if it's software, come with a somewhat of an understanding. Do a little bit of research, you know what I'm saying? So that you know why you want to get into it.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. And let's tap into that branding piece a little bit more too, because that's my space as well. But I want to bring this home for everyone. Tell us in your own words, what is the one word you would use to describe the problem that you solve? Because that's what I want people to understand. We solve problems. We Care solves problems. Jeffrey Clark solves problems. What is the one word you would use to describe the problem that your organization or your business or you as an individual, what do you solve? Give me one word.
One word. That's very interesting. Okay. Let me think about that.
So I know you do 100 things, but yeah. The problem that you solve. So let me give you an example while you're thinking, while you're processing. So take for an example, Dr. Martin Luther King,
right.
the third. He solved the problem of what? When you think about him, you hear his brand, you hear his name. He solved, most people would say what, civil rights? That's 2 words. But I would say humility, humanity, you know what I mean? When you think of Jeffrey Clark and We Care Enterprise, what is that problem that you solve? Because that's what we're thinking about. Like I solved the problem of obscurity, right? Being invisible. It's probably 100 words that come up for you.
Right. Yeah, so several words have already come up, but now that you kind of clarified that, one of the things that I think, so I'm going to say one word and I'm going to elaborate on the word. Can I do that?
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Perfect.
I will say that we help you to find marketplace alignment.
Okay, alignment.
Alignment is the word.
Ooh,
right? Alignment not only with this physical reality of the marketplace, but alignment with what you're thinking in here.
That's good, Jeffrey. That's good.
So we want to make the 2 realities match.
Right.
Right.
Oh, I love that. Oh,
right.
You sparked something in me. I like that. Alignment. That's a powerful word. And most of us take that for granted. Oh, gosh. We're almost done. I really want to get down to a couple of more things. This is like parting advice almost, but it's the actionable steps you would encourage our listeners and viewers to take today. We're always building. We don't want to date anything, but if we were going into a new season, let's put it that way. We're going into a new season, our second act, so to speak. Mm-hmm. What are some of the action steps you would advise us to take right now?
Yeah. And is this just like regarding business or just in general?
It can be in general, because a lot of times, we always talk about that professional development piece, which is very important. But sometimes that personal development is the launching pad that we need to get to professional development.
Yeah. I would say first consider where you are as an individual, because I was listening to something very profound the other day, and it said that it's not the business vehicle often that fails, especially when it comes to established business vehicle, it's the person that fails. So it's like, check where you are personally, check, are you ready to go ahead and take on a particular endeavor? Ask yourself why. I would definitely say that, right? Especially if you're looking at a new business venture. But just advice when it comes to getting into the new year, and when it comes to starting new opportunities, I would definitely say, really go ahead and look around you. And kind of take stock of where is calling out for help, right? Where are the problems showing themselves? Opportunities all around us. There's such an abundance of opportunity, but it's really, again, goes back to where are you best suited to go ahead and offer the value, right? As long as you do that, I'd say go ahead, write down some various problems and various areas and things that you're passionate about, and just keep it in mind in the back of your head, because you'll be surprised how you'll start to notice the connections between different things and potential opportunities for you to be able to serve other people, because business is all about service.
Yes, it is.
Getting into entrepreneurship, you'll be able to understand, okay, here's the problem space. So now I can start ideating a solution, as opposed to thinking, here's a solution that's needed. It's not backwards. You're going ahead and really acquainting yourself with where it needs help. And then also considering yourself as an entrepreneur, that first part, where you are you ready to get into this or are you not? I would definitely say that.
Love it. Love it. Perfect. 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 Well, we've come to the end. I hate to let you go, Jeffrey. I really hate to let you go. And Recreate Enterprise. Awesome. 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 Please tell us how we can connect with you after this show and how we can help and serve you. I don't know if there's anything that you need, any challenges or anything that you need, let us know. We're here for you, but let us know how we can contact you and connect.
For sure. So I do have a quick form that I would love for people to check out really quickly if you want to stay in the loop with us. Do you see that in the link? I send it in the studio chat. If you can share that.
That's okay. Go ahead and tell us what it is.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Can I share the link in the chat? Is that okay?
No, but that's okay. Can you just tell us, is it a link? Is it a URL?
It is a URL.
Okay.
Yes.
If you can just verbally tell us.
Okay, well, you can connect with us via our website at that's our email. Our website is wecreatehub.com.
Okay.
And then our email is info@wecreatehub.com.
Love it. Love it. Connect
with us both of those ways for sure. And then feel free to reach out. I do have a couple links here as well. But that's fine. You can feel free to reach out via either of those methods. Yeah,
we're trying to get we'll do our best to put everything in the showroom and all of that stuff. I see the forms. Yeah. Awesome. Repeat that information for us one more time, how to contact you, as well as do you have any social media channels you would like to share with us?
I certainly do. You can connect with me. You can follow me on LinkedIn as well. That's perfect. Jeffrey Clark. You will see product, you'll see speaker, product and all that different stuff in my title. I'm trying to be as specific as I can without looking directly at the screen. But you can find me on LinkedIn for sure. And then that email again is info@wecreatehub.com. And then the website is wecreatehub.com. So I can spell that. It's WECREATEHUB.com.
Awesome. Jeffrey, thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you for sharing this time with me. I know you could be anywhere else but here. We really appreciate you, and we hope you will come back and see us soon. Okay?
Thank you very much, Nikki.
Awesome. No problem. And remember, everyone, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Take care.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I'm passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong...
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development, through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is the one and only Jeffrey Hill. Please allow me to tell you a little bit about Jeffrey, and I'm also going to allow him to share more about him. Jeffrey is the CEO of Hill Financial Group. They delve into the innovative strategies of creating tax-free wealth through a virtual family office model. They're also designed to, they're an award-winning firm that specializes in risk mitigation, wealth management, and tax planning. He loves to champion proactive planning and multi-generational client success, focusing on creating tax-free wealth for clients. Please allow me to welcome the one and only Jeffrey Hill. How are you?
I am freaking awesome. How about yourself? How's life treating you today? Happy Sunday, everybody, or whatever day you're watching this on. Happy Sunday.
Absolutely. Yes, I am well. I am well. I'm even better now that you're here. So what we're going to do today, Jeffrey, is dive into a little bit of your background. We're going to talk about strategy, financial wellness, financial services, all that good stuff. We're going to have the tough conversation. I like to call it the tough conversation. Okay. Are you up for that?
Absolutely.
Are we good?
Absolutely.
Love it. So before I dive into my questions, because I'm a little nosy, so I love to learn from people such as yourself. Tell us a little bit more about you. I didn't give a whole lot of detail in your bio, but please tell us a little bit more about you.
Okay, so my story starts back in 2004, I would say, when I graduated University of Central Arkansas. And I grew up in the country, guys. Let me say that. When I say country, it was like 49 people in my graduating class in high school. So very small. You see that look? Very humble beginnings. So when I graduated college, many of you get that first degree. I'm thinking, let me jump into the workforce. Let me see what's out there. And I landed a gig with a Fortune 500 company, trying to climb that corporate ladder, only to realize that ladder was leaning against a wall that I didn't own, right? There was a couple of things I knew about myself. I knew I loved to travel. I knew I loved to meet new people, and I love helping people out. But how does that translate to a profession, right? These are just kind of passions. And so any job that I've had, those, I call them my 3 universal truths, I never really felt like I worked. So in this corporate America rat race I was in, my entrepreneur hunger kept just stirring up in me, and I knew I was worth more everything, right? So in 2009, I was recruited into financial services by a top firm, a Fortune 100 company, and I looked at it. I was getting my MBA at the time, and I realized, hey, this is like me owning my own business. So I jumped head first and started learning a lot. And I was already really excited and passionate about serving the community, learning about financial wellness and generational wealth. But around 2016, something changed, okay? And there was a guy that I went to high school with, played sports with. Good guy, loves his family, had a couple of kids and a wife, and we did some planning for him. And about a year after we put his plans into place, we get a call that no parent ever wants to get. His son had actually choked on a hot dog at daycare and passed away.
Oh, no.
And so a couple of days after that, we were having a conversation, and he thanked me. And I was a little confused. I'm like, man, you just lost your son. Like, why are you thanking me? And he said, Jeff, listen, there's nothing we can do that can bring our son back. And we would get anything. He was like, but what you did for us, you took care of us, saw things, and helped us plan for things that we didn't even expect to happen. And he's like, and because of that, we were actually able to grieve and not have to worry about how we were going to make this happen financially. And we were also able to get things paid off and kind of have a fresh start. And it hit me probably about a week after that as I was driving to the office. This is the first time in my career that my plans had to show up 100% for a family. We at least expected to happen. So I share this to say I was already passionate about what I did as an advisor, but that's one of those things that it's a career changer when there's somebody that you know and you grew up with.
Right.
Perspective in business. So I share that with you guys to help you guys understand where my passion comes from. And I'm a huge advocate of this industry and what we can do, because as a family who didn't grow up talking about money and how to deal with it, I saw what happened when my sister passed the year before I graduated college. What happens to a family when they don't have planning in place? And I remember having to make these phone calls and borrow money to help bury my older sister. And I'm thinking, I just lost a friend, my blood sister, and now I got to hear my mother make these phone calls. Like, it has to be a better way. But it wasn't until I became an advisor, until I had that conversation in my household, and I asked my mother, like, why don't we have life insurance? And she said, well, I don't know the ask. So I'm the person, so I was going to make sure I asked. Right?
Wow.
It's the foundation of what my business is built on, and I've transitioned and grown a lot. And that's what we're here today to talk about, different ways I've been able to grow and how I serve the community now.
Love it, Jeffrey. I mean, you're stepping on toes, you're hitting home. This is what I'd like to call a sensitive business. In my line of work, we call this a sensitive conversation, but it's a conversation that we must have, and we got to stop putting these conversations on the back burner. And we only bring them up when we need them. And that's not good. That's not good. I have someone in my family that is in the financial services space, and they too got into it after losing their oldest sister. You know what I mean? And then losing their mom. Is like, somebody has to wake up here.
Right.
Somebody has to wake up here. Yeah. Thank goodness for people like you. I really appreciate that. So let's jump in. Let's talk about your business model.
All right.
It's something different about it. It's something unique about it. I think you call it the virtual family office model. Tell me a little bit about that.
So the concept of a family office is nothing necessarily new. But you hear about the family offices on a larger scale. So think about, whether you like him or hate him, President Trump. I'm going to use this, incoming President Trump. This guy has a team of advisors that are around the clock just trying to figure out ways to reduce taxes, increase wealth, and all the other stuff in between, right? And so you see this in your Walmart, your Googles. They have a whole team of professionals that are working on the mechanics of the business. Well, a lot of times from a top-down model, things start on a larger scale and they get smaller and more cost-effective for the everyday average business, right? And so when you think about this, the virtual idea of this is we don't necessarily have to be in-house. So you don't need a big fancy office with all these boardrooms and conference rooms full of people who numbers. We can create this exact same thing on a very lean, flexible field, because the virtual office can cost you $100,000 to tens of millions, depending on how big your organization is, right? So how do we take something like that and make it more affordable to our business owners? Because there's a huge shift in economics with AI and technology and everything that's going on. And sometimes as a business owner, we don't have the capacity to try to have 17 different conversations with 17 different advisors and then go back to run our business. And it's just overwhelming at times. So what this allows us to do is operate in our gifts and let us do the heavy lifting. Let us bring the professionals to the table that you need when you need. So the whole idea behind the model is to become proactive and holistic by integrating our strategies with other professionals. Most often when I talk to business owners, they have a very disjointed team. My attorneys over here, my CPAs over here, my financial planners over here, my investment, my insurance, and nobody is talking to each other. So you're getting different opinions from all these other people, but nobody is collaborating everything together to make sure everything is flowing. So it's kind of like a quarterback. The quarterback's thing is kind of have this vision to help move the team down the field to the end zone, right? Who's your financial quarterback? Who's the person coordinating all of this stuff together to make sure your estate plan, your tax plan, your financial plan, everything makes sense. There's a little pause there. I think we're still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Most people don't have that in place, and that's exactly what we do. That's the model. Okay, awesome.
I can hear you.
So for the people who are watching, for the people who are watching, it would not be live if we didn't have any tech glitches. So just bear with us, and we're gonna get through it. So thank you guys for absolutely. This is how you know it's live. If there's a tech glitch, you know it's live. There's no edits right now. We're good.
Right. This is not a dress rehearsal. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. But I like what you were saying. Can you hear me, Jeffrey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I like what you were saying, how your team is cohesive. That's the word that came to mind. Right. You have the cohesiveness there, because a lot of times you have people all over the place. But right now we're in a culture of, if people don't trust you, they can't do business with you. We're looking for reasons to trust the person that we're giving our credit card to, or we're handing a check to, or we're telling our personal information to. We need to build that trust factor. And I want to ask you about that, because based on what you do, I remember I said earlier that you're in what we call a sensitive business. And we have to be careful with that, because you can help us, but a lot of times as consumers or people that need your services, we have a wall up. We have a wall, and it's hard to break through that wall sometimes. So tell me a little bit about how you, as Mr. Jeffrey Hill, and your book of business and your company and your team, how do you all build trust to gain my trust as a consumer and someone that could possibly do business with you?
So it's kind of like seek first to understand, then to be understood, right? And one of the ways we build trust is we want to sit down and have a conversation with you to really get to know what are your dreams, goals, and desires. Like our motto is we create financial security and peace of mind. So if I don't know what kind of moves are needed for you, it's kind of hard for me to serve you, right? So I need to know what's happening now and what you truly want the future to look like. And now let's back into how we actually help you do that. So a lot of it's just sitting down and having a listening ear and also leaning on technology, because there's things that you might say. And if I'm busy taking notes, I might not hear. So I use a lot of tech in my business. And I use programs that's also going to record the conversation. And it might pick up something that I didn't catch, but then you also get a recording of that. And so that level of transparency helps, because you're going to get the same meeting notes that I get. So you see exactly the algorithm and what it picked up on as well. And so when we do that, having that transparency and helping you understand where the direction we're going is, that helps build that trust and that credibility. But I'm also a person that's always liking to sharpen my sword. Okay. So I'm always learning. I'm always in different courses. I invest a lot in myself to have that seat at the table. But the other part about the trust, I'm not having to do this by myself. I don't have to be the smartest person in the room. I need to be resourceful enough to bring other people who are more knowledgeable in areas that I'm not, that can actually serve you. And what I found out is most people don't want somebody to be a know-it-all. It's great. But like, not everybody's going to have the linchpin on all things proper, right? Especially when you think about tax planning. There's like hundreds of thousands of pages in the tax code. Not everybody's going to know every single code, every single line item. And that's why we have different specialists. So we have over 75 professionals in our virtual family office community, and each one of them have different things that they specialize in. And so when we sit down and actually learn what it is they're trying to accomplish, we can bring the person to the table to fit the task. And so the collaborative effort allows us to build that trust and credibility. And what I always tell people, if you have an existing team, we can layer in with them if they want people playing in their same sandbox.
Right.
Then maybe we have to replace their team. And I've had to do that as well, because people are just not getting what they feel like they want. They want somebody who's more aggressive with the tax code or more outside the box of some of their strategies. This whole, like, let's just buy term and invest the difference, that doesn't work for everybody, right? And so what kind of strategies do you have that are outside the box? So when we're bringing, our knowledge and expertise in different areas, people like that, right? And we're not afraid to say, hey, that's a very good question. I'm not sure what that looks like, but let me go invest in that idea, and let me see if it makes sense for what we're trying to accomplish.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. I want to back up a little bit, and I should have done this in the beginning, but we're going to break it down now. I don't want to assume everyone knows what tax planning is, estate tax planning is. I don't want to assume that our listeners and our viewers, because all of us are not versed in that area.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Can you break that down? Can you just give me a definition, something that I can understand in layman's terms? What do those things mean?
Okay.
Those concepts or those strategies or whatever you want to call them, and who are they for?
Okay. And so there's 5 different areas that we're looking at: risk mitigation, wealth management, business advisory, legal services, and tax planning. Okay, so let's talk about risk mitigation first. Okay, risk mitigation ideally is transferring the risk from you to somebody else. Like we used the concept of life insurance earlier. Okay, oftentimes, if I were to ask you, hey, what's your greatest asset? If you're a homeowner, you're going to say, well, shoot, I paid $250,000, $500,000 for this home. That's my biggest asset, right?
Right.
But your ability to earn income is your actual greatest asset, because if you can't earn income, that house that you bought is out the window. So how do we transfer our income earning ability away to somebody else? Well, disability insurance, for example, is a risk mitigation tool, or life insurance is going to help complete your plans if the good Lord calls you home. Right. So when you think about that, we're trying to estimate what levels of risk do you have in your business and what is the cost of that. So I approach a situation kind of like a general contractor, right? Let's say we're building a house. The most important part of your house is the foundation, right?
Right.
And so I would look at your foundation. Are there any cracks? If they are, how big are these cracks? And now what is it going to take for us to build these cracks up so everything you're building is going to be on solid ground? Okay? Mm-hmm. Because if you miss some steps and you're trying to build wealth before you protect it, the moment something happens that we should transfer their risk to, that money that you were trying to save to invest for the future, is going to go cover that risk. And so we need to cover our risk first. Wealth management is just kind of what it sounds. It's how we grow and how we dollar cost averaging, how we putting our money aside and where we putting it at. And so one of the things that I do, I'm a bit of a non-traditional advisor. I'm not trying to be the stock pick of the guy day. My goal is to you find money that you're missing unknowingly and unnecessarily. And as we find this missing money, let's transfer it to the future to create more tax-free generational wealth. Well, if you are concerned about tax in the future, there's only a limited amount of tools that we can use that we know we can get true tax-free income from. And so which one of those identify with you? Now, legal services, that's going to be more like estate planning, your trust, your wills, your probate, things like that. I'm a fan of trying to keep the government out of my business as much as possible. And so there are legal mechanisms out there like a trust that can actually protect everything that you're doing, and it allows you to govern your finances from the grave. Okay. And so we have attorneys who typically write the trust. So I always tell people, I'm not the guy that's writing the trust, but I'm going to bring those people to the table based on what we're trying to accomplish to make sure it actually gets done. How many times have you had a laundry list of things and you never really got half those things done because you were trying to do everything? Okay. There's a concept called who, not how. It's not how do I do this? It's who can I just let take care of this for me? Okay. So let us be the who's to get all this stuff done. Business advisory is your scaling. All right. Is it company culture? Like, for example, I have some clients and it's the mother built a seven-figure business. She wants to transfer it to the daughter. Well, if the daughter's not ready to be a business owner yet, but the mom is ready to exit, how do we bridge that gap and make sure they're on the same page with expectations? And how do we make sure that there's a fair transfer of value? Well, maybe we need a business strategist to come in and do the business valuation. Or maybe we need now to have somebody that's grooming and coaching the daughter in business aspects so she's actually ready, right? So there's several aspects to business advisory, but a lot of it is around what's your company culture look like? Do you have a mission and vision statement? Do you have a business plan? Do you need some of the basics? Or maybe you're in partnership and you never had a business will done with your partner. That's a pretty wide difference. Because in a business, there's two sets of documents you need. You need your financial documents and you need your legal documents. One without the other is not a solid plan. Okay. And so then we get into what tax planning. Tax planning is exactly what it sounds. Compliance and planning is different. Compliance is what you used to do. April 15th, we got to go ahead and have everything filed and sent over to the IRS. If you're a business, we can go out to like October, right? And most people don't like having a tax plan. Tax planning is about looking at the tax code and being proactive in what we implement to reduce or eliminate your tax liability. There are several parts of the code that we can implement. Now, a deduction and a credit is different. Deduction is what we're used to getting. How my kids are a tax deduction. Great. Okay. Oh, I got a home office. I'm going to deduct that. I'm going to go out to lunch. I'm going to deduct that. All that is good. But there's another part of planning that most people don't know about, which is tax credits. For example, the government might give you incentives to go invest in solar.
Right.
So if they gave you a 3-to-1 leverage, it means you put $1 in, you get a credit worth $3. How much of your taxes could you reduce if you just understood that? Okay. And so we're looking at all these different aspects and coordinating everything together to make sure everything starts to smooth out along the way. And if we can find more money, that means you have more money to invest. So risk mitigation, wealth management, legal services, business advisory, and tax planning are those 5 things that we're looking at.
But then why are we, let me ask you this, and please don't revoke my black card for saying this. But
I don't know. I got you. It's a safe space. It's a safe space. We're good.
I'm telling you, why do we as a community, we run from these conversations? The 5 things you just named, it's obvious that we need them, right? We definitely need them.
Right.
Why do you think as a Black community that we avoid learning about these things, or we avoid implementing these things into our financial house?
Do you want me to be real?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Because it costs money to do it.
Oh. You're stepping on toes. You're stepping on toes, Jeffrey.
I mean, you know, we traditionally have been taught save every penny that you get, right? And from an investment standpoint, it's mattress plan, old school. Then
right.
Hey, in the 401k, even when it hurts, just keep putting it. And some of that stuff is rooted in truth. But when I sit down with people and I start asking questions, it might go a little deeper into why are you doing the 401k? Why are you doing this? It's like, oh, that's what I don't know.
That's what I know to do.
Yeah. Right? But then sometimes we do that and we don't really understand how it works on the back end or the cost to implement some of these strategies. And so because we are natural consumers, we got 1.3 trillion plus in economic spot. So we spend a lot of money, but in ourselves, sometimes and back on our businesses, it's sometimes really hard for us to do because once we get our paycheck, oh, this is my money. And there's a lady named Maggie Anderson. She wrote a book called Our Black Year, right? Chicago. And what her and her husband did for an entire year, they only supported Black-owned business. So if it was them going to a grocery store, she in her book, she talked about having to go like 45 minutes to an hour away from her home just to support a Black business, right? And so when you think about this, $1 circulates in our home, like 38 minutes or something like that.
Wow. That's crazy.
It stays in for all of 38 minutes and it's gone. On the polar opposite, in the White household, I want to say it's like 8 days. The money's held in for 8 days before it's actually circulated. And ours is like 38 minutes. And so oftentimes our money is spent before we even have the opportunity to figure out where it should go and give it a natural home. And so the reason why a lot of times people do it is because it costs money to do it. And sometimes people don't want to do that cost because you said earlier, that trust factor. Somebody might get over me. And unfortunately, it's true. Sometimes that happens. It happens sometimes. But when you start to have coordinated efforts, hopefully there's more peace of mind behind these decisions. And when you look at our counterparts, they're doing this.
Right. They are. They're doing it without reservation.
They're collaborating even more. And so collaboration is a new currency. And so there's just some healing that we kind of have to do. And I think we're getting better, but, you know, bit by bit, day by day, right? Versus sometimes you see people who are just linking up and say, listen, let's do this thing together. And now we're combining our brain power. We're creating a mastermind and we're going to go a lot faster. You know, the old African proverb, you know, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go with a team.
Exactly.
Team-based model. And so we just have to get comfortable with understanding we have to put some money out there and invest in us so we can grow, because so often we want to just spend everything and keep everything and just and that doesn't always work.
You're talking real good right now, Jeffrey. You're talking real good, like the old folks say. You're talking good, man. This is some good stuff. Thank you for sharing this. I want to talk to you about building generational wealth. How do you keep people tapped in? Because, you know, back in my day, I'm not going to date myself. But, you know, back in the day when it came to insurance, you know, for those of us that had insurance or our parents had insurance policies and all that good stuff, we would have someone that would come to the house. You know, they would knock on the door. They would bring the little insurance book. Yeah, the little
reliable insurance, I think, was one of them. I think they might even still be around, but yeah.
Yeah. You know, they had the little plastic pouch with the insurance book in it and all that good stuff. But, you know, times have changed. Like you said earlier, things have changed. We're pivoting. Generations are not doing the things that we've done long ago. So things are changing. But tell me, how do you maintain that multi-generational relationships with your clients? How do you get Big Mama, and then you get Big Mama's daughter, then you get the daughter's grandchildren? How do you do that? How does your model create that multi-generational wealth? Yeah.
Sometimes it's easier than others, but it's not uncommon for me to be sitting down with a family and them to feel the difference in our conversation because of the depth that I'm willing to go. I'm willing to have those tough conversations, right? And in doing that, it takes somebody out of the family to be the first.
Right.
Somebody has to be the generational wealth creator, curse breaker, or however you want to put it, right? And so oftentimes when I'm sitting down, people are appreciating the knowledge that I'm bringing to the table. So they're often saying, listen, can you talk to my family? If I get everybody on a Zoom, can you do a presentation for all of us? Because we need to be having these conversations. And so sometimes what happens is when I'm dealing with a family, depending on their age, they got like younger kids. If their kids are old enough to have like kind of this conversation, like my daughters are 2 and 1. And I even sit down there on my level. Here's your life insurance policy. Here's your bank account. Here's your crypto account. So they got to get familiar with seeing numbers, right? And so when I'm having these conversations with the parents, listen, hey, how old is your child? Do you mind bringing them to the table and just like letting them be a part of this conversation? And then I've had even clients suggest, hey, listen, you need to go talk to them. Their kid is like 15, 16, and they're sitting down, they're sitting off to the side and letting their kid have a conversation with me to learn about this, ask questions if they want to. Now, when their kid becomes 18, and let's have this conversation again. Now you're a little bit older. Remember that time we talked about this? And so a lot of it is just trying to be intentional. We're reaching deep within there and understanding what their family makeup is. And when we're talking about, hey, you're looking at putting this policy in place, but what would you want it to do for you?
Right.
Okay, you want to go to this person, this person. All right. I want to talk to your beneficiaries. Because the first time me meeting a beneficiary, I don't want it to be at the time to deliver a death claim because they don't know me. And if it's somebody that was in college and they have a buddy who's really good at numbers and maybe they're in finance, they're going to go to their buddy. And I understand you can't win them all. But if I can be intentional in creating those relationships and trying to go deep, that's least likely to happen. And another thing that you can do is social media. Everything is touch point now. Hey, Google, who's this? What's this? And so sometimes as the younger generation are very tech savvy, so it might make a case for me to be on TikTok doing the dance and talking about finance, right? Because you got the attraction method works different than different people. And sometimes the younger generation likes the fact that they have an advisor that's on TikTok. Now,
that's right.
Let me say this, because the social media culture when it comes to financial planning and advice is somewhat toxic a little bit. And it's so short that you got 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 7 to try to do this quick soundbite. And sometimes it's not enough information to help people understand how a certain tool might work.
Right.
But again, you went viral, but you might not really know what you're doing. And sometimes best known beats best all day long. Because you might be better at the marketing aspect and not at the advising aspect. You might win all day long over me because people know you more. I remember, I'm going to use a comedic example. Everybody knows who Kevin Hart is, right? Probably knows who Mike Epps is.
Right.
Okay. And for those that don't know those two names, you might know Kevin Hart, but okay, so I remember hearing Mike Epps talk about this in a Breakfast Club, and he was like, Kevin Hart's not even that funny. He's just a better marketer.
Wow.
Okay. But let's think about how many movies Kevin Hart has done and the net worth, and he's not the funniest person in the world.
Right.
But he's well known.
He's well known.
Doing tours all around the world. I don't know if Mike Epps is touring around the world. Nothing against Mike Epps.
Right.
Again, it's the difference. So my whole point in that is when you put yourself out there and you market, you can have a lot of people coming into your ecosystem because you're good at marketing. But I want to challenge the advisors to go a little bit deeper than just be good at marketing. Sharpen your sword and learn the craft a little more to make sure you're showing up right by the client.
I love that. I love that. Ooh. Now, I'm on the marketing side, so I'm always going to be saying, get yourselves out there, make people know you exist, but don't just do that part. Make sure you are worth knowing, okay? And that means knowing your stuff, being of service, being of value. And to take that a step further, I want you to talk to us a little bit. You kind of walked into it already. How do you use social media to leverage your client acquisition? How do you, because I know the financial services space has a fine line when it comes to marketing and things you can and cannot do. As far as social media, there's laws, there's all kind of policies and things that you can't cross the line on in some of these.
You have to be careful.
Yeah, talk to us about how you make things happen, leveraging the power of social media, because it's not going anywhere. So we might
Right.
as
No,
well
no, no. It's only getting faster and more diverse. So one of the things I do is the overall goal is to be ubiquitous, right?
Okay.
So for example, Grant Cardone says promote, promote, promote. If you ever go to his offices, he's gonna say promote, put your name on everything, right? Because best known beats best, and money follows attention. And so for me, the more I can put myself out there, I'm gonna catch some one-off people. I've gotten clients just because I'm in the comments. I'm on Reddit or I'm on social media saying, no, that's not how that tool works. This is how it works. And people are like, hey man, you seem to know your stuff. And I've literally gotten clients just by being present. Now, I am not the best marketer in the world, right? And I don't mind necessarily saying that.
Right.
But I'm pretty decent as an advisor. I will say that. And so a lot of it is just putting the information out there so people get used to seeing my face. And so now all of a sudden, it might be that I get a referral like, oh, hey, I think I saw a video. You did, sure, right? And so everything, you're always refining your brand on social media because, again, when a new platform comes out, sometimes be the first of that platform, you can create some market share. And so since I understand market share is important, it's like how can I get out there and start to put a thumbprint. In 2025, I'll do more with social media than I probably have in the last couple of years combined because of my word of the year. I saw somebody in the chat talking about I'm going to adopt it. My word of the year is leadership. And so one of the things I'll be using with social media is just going live more often. And so the other part of that is identifying where your network is and what's your platform. I am a speaker, right? I'm a Toastmaster, so I'm a certified life coach. So I have several credentials behind me. So I don't mind letting the camera come on and just going off the cuff. Right. I don't want that at all. And so YouTube is probably going to be a better fit for my style of content because I can go long form, I can do screen shares, and I can really go deeper into really educating you. So how I win clients is leading with education first. And so the more content I can put out there that's educating the people, the more natural people are going to say, hey, you're building this know, like, and trust. Cool. I don't have to be the electric slide TikTok person. I don't have to be that. That be what my clientele is. My clientele I want you to sit down and have a conversation with me to help me really understand what this is. And can you verify and validate what you're saying to me? Sure. Let me teach you a concept. So my social media for me is going to be centered around just really getting more education and out there and just more content in general.
You took my next question. You took it because I was going straight to the education piece. I believe as an entrepreneur, we're not in business necessarily, we are in education. And when we learn how to educate people, I have a saying of give them your best, they'll pay for the rest. Yeah. That's how I attract people to me. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's informing, empowering, because there's no way I can teach you everything I know about whatever, public relations, marketing, visibility, whatever I do. There's no way I can tell you everything in one sitting, in 1 hour, 30 minutes. There's no way.
But if you hang out with us,
I'm telling you. So I can see.
It's funny that you say that. I use that exact same phraseology. If you ever go to my YouTube and see some of my personal development content, exact same verbiage. I'm like, listen, I cannot change your life in one conversation. I can, a little bit of awareness. But if you hang out with me long enough and start to see how I think and how I talk, there will be some movement. And that's the life coach side of me, is like, if I can affect the way you think about something, then that's where change comes in. Because I'm not here to try to motivate you. Motivation is fleeting. It's up and down. But if I can change the way you think, that's lasting. Because if you can always become aware of what you think, your thinking determines your actions, determines your habits, your character. It's a rhythm. But what rhythm are you in? Who's guiding you?
Wow. We're having a great conversation here. We're almost at the end. I hate to let you go, Jeffrey. I know. I know. This is a great conversation. But I do want to ask you a couple of more things. I want you to share with the people, because you gave us 5 areas that we really need to be looking at. Can you repeat those for me? I know the risk mitigation,
wealth management, legal services, business advisory, and tax planning.
So every business should have this in place, these hubs, these categories. We should be looking at this stuff.
Absolutely. You know, because everything is okay. Let me give you a case in point. You guys might be following what's called the BOI, beneficial ownership information, right? This thing is coming and going, It's here, it's paused, and like every single day it's changing, right? And so what if you are not familiar with that? Is your current advisory team saying, hey, listen, have you filed this yet? And if so, should we go ahead and get it filed for you, right? Being proactive, right? And so when you look at this, these are the 5 core areas that happens within your business. And so everything kind of happens in phases, right? When earlier I talked about most people don't want to pay for it.
Right.
You have to understand some of this stuff kind of goes in phases. You're building your life in phases, and the plans you start with today are not the ones that you finish with. But this is why we have maintenance that's going on constantly. Because every single year, or several times a year, depending on how proactive you would want us to be, we need to be looking at these plans to make sure on pace. If you've ever tried to lose weight, you don't step on the scale only on day 1 and then day 90 if you're doing a 90-day challenge. No, you're doing this consistently because you need to know if something is working or if it isn't. And so we're looking at these things proactively and saying, all right, based on the tax code, based on what's happening, based on how you're growing, what should we be pivoting to? Should we pay quarterly, or should we just not be paying at all so we can do more credits or whatever the case may be? And so these are the areas that we need to be doing planning on the business or the individual side. But the only thing you want to do on the individual side is probably going to be the business planning, but estate planning, whether you like it or not, everybody has some type of estate plan. It's just who do you want making the rules? The government or yourself? Because if you don't, then things can become a ward of the state. Have you ever heard of unclaimed properties? This is the reason, because people didn't have the beneficiary arrangement correct, or so-and-so never changed it when they got divorced, or so-and-so happened to have a beneficiary that passed away and then they put somebody else down there. These are things that can easily be corrected, but if you're not looking at your plans enough, then you're probably going to be dropping the ball.
Wow. Now, I know there's one area I wanted to touch on. Don't have a lot of time, but can you just give me a quick snapshot of long-term care? Because
long-term care is talk show. Man, it is one of the single biggest detriments to potentially your retirement plan. Because if you don't have long-term care in place, number one, there's a 70% chance that everybody's going to need long-term care. Okay, hopefully you guys still see me. There's a 70% chance that everybody's going to need some type of long-term care. So long-term care can be nursing home or it can be in-home care. This is when you get to the point where you can't perform 2 of the 6 activities of daily living. Like you can't get in and out of bed, you can't bathe yourself, you can't walk, you can't cook your own meals, you can't clean yourself. You're going to need some help coming in and do that. Well, it's pretty expensive. The average cost right now is about $90-something thousand a year. And that's today's. And it's not getting cheaper. So when you start to look at this 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the road, how much more expensive is this going to be? So if it's going to cost you potentially $160,000 for care, where is that money coming from? Okay, so you transfer this risk to an insurance company or some type of tool that can leverage your dollars to make sure you have money that can take care of that. And so we're trying to do everything in the most tax efficient way. As a business owner, that can be a tax deductible expense. And so if you're looking at different ways to get some tax deductions, depending on how your business is set up, you could purchase a long-term care policy, get the tax deduction, and now you have it sitting there waiting on you to use whenever you need it. And so hopefully, Nikki, did you catch all of that about long-term care?
Ooh, I did. I did. And I'm going to break the rules here a little bit. I got to keep you just a few minutes longer, if you don't mind, Jeffrey.
No. I'm here for it.
2 minutes.
Okay, let's go.
Ooh, and the reason I asked about the long-term care, because that has hit my family. It has hit my family, and it's real. It is real. It's a situation where it's another sensitive conversation that we should be having. Who's doing what? What do we have in place? What don't we have? Because at the end of the day, the GoFundMe platforms are not.
That won't work for long-term care. It might work for life insurance. But life insurance, you can cremate somebody for about $3-4 grand a year. I mean, just $3-4 grand. Long-term care, that's a month or half a month.
Wow.
So it's different, It's different.
It's different. It's different.
And let me say this: a lot of times people assume, hey, the family's just going to take care of Big Mama or whoever. But you need to have that conversation, because if you volunteering me or volunteering me that I need to be, I need to think about what happens to me. Do I need to now stop working? Do I need to go part-time, or do I need to pay out of pocket for this? And if you don't have these conversations, you can be blindsided by an unfortunate tax bill.
Right.
A tax bill, long-term care, like that would be that bill that you would have to pay out of pocket. So it just really, it's a conversation, to your point, that needs to be had. And not only that, don't assume that people are going to always qualify for government programs,
right,
to take care of your loved ones. There's also something called FILIA laws, where the state can come in and say, you need to pay for Big Mama.
Repeat that for me.
FILIA, 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 FILIA laws. Look it up.
Okay.
It is a thing.
Wow. Are there any laws or policies or legislations out there that we may not be aware of that's pertaining to this subject matter that we're talking about today? Because I'm sure things are always evolving, things are always changing, and we're always, I'm sorry, y'all may remove my black card, but sometimes we're always behind the 8 ball. We don't know what's going on. We're not informed. Is there anything you can think of that we should be privy to right now? Things that could affect us as a family or as a business?
Listen to this thing over and over and over and over and over again. And anything you don't automatically have an answer for, or you never go research it, and then have a conversation with a professional about that particular risk. Okay. Because risk mitigation in these areas is absolutely crucial. Now, the marketplace has gotten a lot better. They've allowed you to have certain tools that have multiple benefits that can protect you if you live too long, if you die too soon, or if you become sick. And so you can have one premium giving you multiple benefits, as opposed to having 4 or 5 different policies trying to solve different needs. You gotta have them bundled. And what I found is that, as important as long-term care is, most people are starting to use hybrid tools as opposed to traditional long-term care. The reason is traditional long-term care had its place, but now a lot of companies got out of the industry because it was so expensive. Because we're not dying as fast as what we once were. Think about Social Security. When it first came in, actuarially, it was only designed to pay out for about 5 years, because you typically retired at 62, by 67. You dead.
Right.
That's not the case anymore. People are living 20, 30 years into retirement. And so when you think about living that long, longevity is a risk multiplier, because the longer you live, the more expensive things are going to get, and the more likely your health is going to decline. And now morbidity, not mortality, morbidity is going to kick in. Okay. And sometimes it happens early. Like, case in point, my parents, my father is a truck driver, had an accident with COVID, several comorbidities. Luckily, by the grace of God, he's still with it, but he was never able to go back to work.
Wow.
In the time frame, my mother ended up having a stroke, so she had to go ahead and stop work. So she doesn't have full functionality in half of her body. She can move around a little bit, but not the same. So when you think about trying to enter your golden years, where we've done it right, we saved the money, now let's go out and be on the beach, that's not everybody's story. And so what is the plan for some of this stuff before it happens? Because if your house is on fire, it's a lot harder to get insurance when it's already on fire.
Right.
So I say sometimes we don't want to pay for it. This is one of those expenses where, man, I'm 50, that's not going to happen until I'm 85, 90. I worry about it then. And that's sometimes our mentality. But then, boom, a COVID happens, or a slip or something else happens, and that accelerates that time of that event, and we didn't have a plan in place, right? Mm-hmm. And so having these conversations, aging in place, talk to your parents. Hey, what's your plan? Because you might find out that they don't have a plan, and their plan was, hey, my loving son or daughter that I took care of all their life, it's your turn to take care of me now, right? And That might mean coming out of pocket financially, or that might mean, hey, I need to move in with you, and we need to have somebody come in. So it just looks different for everybody. And so just figure out what it looks like. And now let's look at if there's any kind of plan that we can put in place. Some people will qualify for government programs. But if you understand the demographics of the U.S., and now we got the largest generation that are starting to retire. Well, they've been retiring 10,000 plus people per day over the next 7-8 years. And then the next generation is going to be retiring. How many more beds do you think are going to be available for long-term care and in-home care?
Right.
Well, not in-home care, but long-term care. There's only so many beds that are available out there. And so for people who are entrepreneurship and business-minded that wouldn't mind taking this risk, I just told you what you can do. Go look at starting a long-term care facility. Or you can do something called a residential assisted living center. This is where you found a house that might have 4 or 5 bedrooms in there. And all of a sudden, you convert this house into a residential assisted living center. And so now maybe you got 2 people to a room. So instead of you renting this out to one person, collecting $2,500 in rent, maybe it's $2,500 per person.
Right.
And so this room is giving you $5,000. You got 4 rooms. That's $20,000 a month right there.
Right.
$5,000, whatever the pace down, it's a whole different ballgame. And so for every risk out there, there's some type of business opportunity associated with it. So for people who are maybe inclined, maybe this might be something you want to look into because it's happening. The numbers and statistics are already in the favor of that we're going to need more facilities out there. But are you wanting to be bold enough to be ahead of the curve? Because what happens when you get in front of the wave? In front of the wave. So there's a risk, and sometimes it's being too early. But this is one of those things that is steadily happening. Right.
Wow. You are dropping some gems, nuggets, boulders, mountains. You're dropping some information on us. Get ready to close it out. Thank you for spending extra time with me, but I just needed you to touch on this. This is important to me, I guess, because I'm a little biased now, but this stuff is happening every day in our community.
Right.
Every
sometimes
day.
It's happening younger and younger.
Oh my gosh.
People
I can tell you some stories.
And they're stroking out.
Yeah. My ex died of a stroke, heart attack at the age of 39. Wow. And I'm telling you, and did it affect the family? Absolutely. Because we were not ready. We were not prepared.
My sister needed care. Luckily, my older brother was able to move in and kind of help be her caretaker. I was in college at the time. My younger brothers were not even old enough to, really do anything like that. And so I've seen it, even with my grandmother. So I've seen it from different angles, younger and older. And now a lot of us in what's called a sandwich generation, to where at some point in time in your life, you're going to be taking care of somebody that's older than you,
right,
and somebody that's younger than you. And so when you understand that, you have to look at your finances and be like, can I absorb that? And how can we maybe start to pull some resources together to do this? And this is the thing that some of you, like, especially if the family is large enough, it might be saying, let's all pitch in $100 or so, and let's go ahead and buy this long-term care policy so we know we got a plan. Or buy as much life insurance as possible, or I've seen both. They'll get a long-term care policy, and then they'll also buy life insurance that can pay back all the premiums they had to pay in long-term care if that person happened to die and they didn't need it. And so there's a lot of different ways to plan for this. You just have to sit down with somebody who understands this and can walk you through that conversation, and then design something that's going to fit.
Whew. I advise everyone to please go back and listen to this again, because you are giving us so much food for thought, and I really appreciate that. If you can just give me a quick recap of where we should begin, or if we don't have enough in place or things in place, can you just give me a bird's eye view, a quick recap of where we should begin or where we should start?
Okay. And so I like to do things kind of based on the financial planning pyramid, right?
Okay.
The first part of that pyramid is foundation. Okay. You're trying to protect everything that you love. Everybody that you love, everything that you own, those things that you earn. So you're looking at the insurance pieces right there. You got health insurance, you got car insurance, you got all these other insurances. But a lot of times when it comes to life insurance, we only get what the job offers us. And that's 1 or 2 times your salary. That's not enough to replace your income for the next 5, 10, 20 years, especially if we have younger kids, right? And so once we got the protection piece in place, then we look at the accumulation piece. Now, this is where you're going to spend the majority of your lifetime is working on accumulating money, whether it's passive residual income or actively earned income that's going to turn into passive income. And then the top piece is distribution. How do we distribute our wealth? How do we spend money in retirement? How do we do that? Most people are building their pyramids upside down. They're in phase. And then they're saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, I'll worry about accumulating, but like when I'm in my mid 50s, because now I got 5, 10 years before I want to retire. Now let me get serious, right? And the protection a lot of times is the last thing they're trying to think of. We're trying to build a pyramid upside down. That bottom piece is heavy, and it's going to come crumbling down on you, and it gets more expensive to get some of this stuff in place the longer you wait. Okay, so let's build it the right way. So a lot of times, just looking at what risks do you have out there, and how do you transfer those risks, and then start to layer other things on top of that. And we also got to get outside of just having just one source of income. Okay, multiple sources of income can help. I heard Robert Kiyosaki say this. You want to have a stream of income for every single bill that you have. When I thought about that, I'm like, ooh, even biblically, you should have 7 sources of income. Yes, 8.
Wow.
Multiple sources of income. So sometimes it takes pulling some resources together, buying a multifamily property, if that's the thing, or finding a business that can produce some cash flow or some kind of passive income, and take that income and make more money. The Richest Man in Babylon is a very good book to read because it's talking about money, and you're making your money make money babies. Make money become a slave to you, not become a slave to the money.
Right.
Putting your money at work and giving it a task to make more money, it's different. And so when you start to understand kind of opportunity costs and how we spend money, and the moment you spend some of this money on some frivolous stuff, you can never get that money back. That money can also never make any more money for you. You think differently sometimes about the way you spend money. Because, oh yeah, it's $2,000. It's on $2,000. I bought a purse. I bought some shoes. But $2,000 multiplied at 6% interest or whatever interest over 10, 20 years, that's a lot of wealth transfer. So how can we circulate wealth back into our household to create more generational wealth? So my goal is to help people become wealth creators, not spenders, not savers, but wealth creators. And there's certain tools that allow us to do that. And so that's where you are. And know that you don't have to do this alone. Go get professionals.
Right.
Start working on building your team that have expertise in different things, and make sure you have somebody that can coordinate all this stuff. And so you're not having to like spin your wheels trying to learn so much, because there's only so much capacity that we have.
That's it. That's it. Woo, mic drop. That's it. That's it. Jeffrey, it has been an extreme pleasure to have you on this show. I hope that you're willing to come back so we can finish this discussion, an important dialogue. You are needed. This discussion is needed. So let everyone know how they can reach out to you, contact you, get on your calendar, that kind of thing.
Okay. And so DMs are always open on social media. So for example, on Instagram, you have HFGINC. So that stands for Hill Financial Group, Inc. HFGINC. On Facebook, if you type in the Hill Financial Group, you will see me. I'm gonna give you a direct line to me. 501-91-0708. That is 501. Yeah, 501-291-0708. That's, you can text me. That's a text friendly number. You can call that number. And you can also email me, jeff@thehillfinancialgroup.com. The biggest thing is, let's just sit down and have a conversation and assess where you are, stress test where you are. And so that way you can know if you're on pace to hit some of these goals.
Right, right. I love it. I love it. Jeffrey, thank you so much for being with us, spending your time with us on the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. You are appreciated, you are needed, and we hope you will come back and see us soon. Okay? Take care.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You guys have a good rest of the day.
Absolutely. And remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is the one and only Stephanie Hopkins. Let me tell you a little bit about Stephanie. She's an amazing individual. Okay. And then I'm going to allow her to share her information as well. Stephanie Hopkins is a visionary entrepreneur and community educator, revolutionizing the title services industry while empowering communities through her innovative companies. Black Wall Street Title LLC. I love that. And you spell Black, BLAQUE. Wow. And she's also a part of the Embracing Life Development Inc. With over 20 years of experience in the insurance sector, a bachelor's degree in healthcare administration, and holding licenses as an accredited claims adjuster and title agent, Stephanie has learned the mastery stack her skill set. Stephanie has learned to master the stack skill set to bring an entrepreneur unparalleled expertise to her role. She was born and raised in Tampa, Florida. She's also a best-selling Amazon author whose mission transcends traditional business objectives. You know what? I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to bring Stephanie on board. I'm going to bring her on stage so she can tell us more about her and all the amazing work that she's doing. Stephanie. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you so much for having me, Nikki.
Oh man, I could have kept reading your bio on and on. You are doing it. You are really, what's the word? Blazing trails here. You're really being innovative and making things happen. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you again for having me. This is such a great opportunity to share my business with the world. So I'm super excited.
Awesome. Give us a little bit. I didn't read all of your bio. You have a lot of accolades in there. You've been doing great things. Tell us something that we may not know. Tell us something that's not necessarily in your bio. Let's have that conversation.
Yeah. So what I do not have in my bio, and a lot of people are not aware of, is before I obtained my bachelor's degree in healthcare administration, I studied to be a paralegal for over a year. I got into my externship and decided to switch into healthcare.
Wow. Multifaceted. I love that. Is there a reason why you pivot a little bit and you took on something else, or you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, it was. As growing up, my mom used to tell me all the time, Stephanie, you're a Black woman and you have to learn a little bit about everything in order for you to survive in this world.
Great
And,
advice.
and when I was in the 5th grade, for career day, I drew myself half as a nurse and half as an attorney.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. I can understand that, and I can relate to that, because you know what? As Black women, sometimes we have to be 3 times as good, or we have to know 3 times as more and be equipped. And a lot of times we're not, because we're so busy taking care of everybody else and everything else, that we don't take time out to be more educated and more informed. But you know what? You're doing it, Stephanie. So let's talk about this amazing business platform that you have, your journey as an entrepreneur, what you're bringing to the table for so many people. Let's talk about that. So what inspired you to start Black Wall Street Title LLC and focus on land and residential heirs? Property rights? Whew.
Yeah. My journey with my inspiration started with my purpose. And during my COVID recovery, I had lost my hair, my voice, my confidence, my identity. And I promised God, if He gets me through this, I will dedicate myself to His purpose. And He whispered in my ear that my gifts were not for my corporate success only. He said, an intelligent heart seeks knowledge, and
Right.
the ear of the wise seeks knowledge.
Right.
So it was to the point where you needed to share this with the community, but I am going to point you in the direction as to what audience you need to share it with. So with that, I met a title agent who thought that I would be a good title agent. She sponsored me to become a title agent. She specialized in land closings only. And while I was there, I noticed that there was a trend of probate needs for these vacant lands. And people wanted to leverage them for other reasons, such as simple as paying bills. But there was that barrier because technically the land was not theirs because the deed was not in their name.
Right.
They may have inherited it, but they inherited it incorrectly. So then she decided to go different ways, and I started Black Wall Street Title with that same mission that God gave me, which was He wanted me to see this heirs property issue amongst the BIPOC community, which is the Black Indigenous people of color.
Right. Love it. Love it. And thank you for all you do, honestly. So I really want to back up a little bit, and I don't want to assume that everyone knows exactly what a title agent is and what's the role of a title agent. Can you kind of unpack that for me? Give us the definition and why is this role significant? Because this is the part that we always miss when it comes to this space. We always miss this, and we want to jump over and get right to the good part. But people like you, we need you.
Yes, I'm that horizon person. You don't realize that you need me until later on, right? I'm not as pronounced as other positions such as doctors or realtors, things of that nature. I work behind the scenes. So we facilitate real estate transactions by verifying property ownership, ensuring that there aren't any liens or claims against the title, and issuing title insurance to protect the buyers and lenders from any monetary losses.
Good. Yep. Such an important step. So I would, this is the Black Business Network, and we're talking to Black business owners, entrepreneurs, wealth creators, that kind of thing. And a lot of times there's not an equal playing field, and I'm not playing the race card. I'm just stating facts. And I want to go into a fact because I don't know that many title agency owners. I don't know that many. Black owned, I should say, Black owned title agency. You know what I mean? There's only one here in my state of Virginia that I know of, and her name is Anita. And she claims it. She owns that crown of, I'm the only Black owned title company in my area, and that's a lot. That's a lot of heaviness to bear, you know what I mean? Because she's trying to help everyone. In your experience, and you seem like you're well versed in this subject, and you've been doing this for a while. Just curious, how many title agents are African American?
In my space, based off my research, only 4% are African Americans, and they're females.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am.
4%? In the
4%.
entire United States of America?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why do you think that's so? Is it a field that people are not familiar with, or we don't see the significance of it? What is it?
It is. You're absolutely right. It is a field that people are not aware of. We are all told about being sports, in sports and in entertainment, doctors, lawyers, realtors, but we play a key part in the history of the land that we live on, and it's very important. So we are part of the real estate principle, but it's a well-kept secret.
Wow.
So that's something else that I'm going to work on too, is to make it more pronounced in the African American community, because it needs to be.
Yes, it does. Are you going to be doing workshops and holding courses or trainings for this particular area to bring more people in, bring more African American, male and female?
Yes, ma'am. That's on my to-do list.
Awesome. Awesome. Wow. And how long you been at this? How long you been doing this?
Well, I've been in title going on 3 years, but as you stated, I have learned to mastery stack my skills in the insurance industry to be who I am today in this seat as a title agent. Because what people don't realize, they may say, well, she's only been in the game for 3 years, but I'm not new to the table. I have done other things in insurance that dealt with policies and laws. Last being a bodily injury litigation adjuster. So with that, I'm always dealing with the law and, working with defense attorneys. And so I'm well versed across different aspects. So I bring a holistic view to this seat that I sit in. So I'm not just one-dimensional, I'm multi-dimensional.
Nice, nice. I hear litigation, I hear real estate, I hear insurance. Yeah, there are a lot of levels to you, and that's a good thing, because the more you know, the more you pass on. So we need to increase this 4% thing. I am still like, wow.
Yeah.
4% of the title agencies there's only 4% African American
title agent.
Yep, title agents, and they're all female.
Yep. There's a couple of male, but majority of us are females. So let me correct that.
Wow. Whew. Okay, men, y'all better get to work. Y'all, I don't know what's going on, but let's go. Come on. So let's talk about your company. We don't like to say the word or see competitors. However, if you're not doing business with someone else will, right? If you're not doing business, if you're not taking care or servicing others, there is another company or firm or agency that will. So how does Black Wall Street title, that's a part of the 4%, how do you differentiate from your competitors? How do you keep it fresh? How do you keep attracting the people that need you and those that you're willing to serve?
So for one, Nikki, I don't view my competitors as competitors. I consider them as teachers. I learn and understand the industry landscape from them. So whenever they make a move or innovation, I just learn from it. So I don't say, "Ooh, this competitor is my enemy." I just look at them as a company that is teaching me.
Right.
So we just don't close deals at Black Wall Street. We help current and inspiring BIPOC homeowners to create wealth that won't die.
Wealth that won't die.
Yes.
Wealth that won't die. That's powerful. That is powerful. That is powerful. So let's stay there. Let's stay in that lane for a little bit, and let's talk about the people you actually serve. Who are your ideal clients? Who are you serving? Who needs you? Who are you helping the most? And who do you love to work with?
Well, I work with beneficiaries. I work with personal representatives, realtors, and attorneys and families. I enjoy working with families, which are beneficiaries and personal representatives at times. They're not always. But I like working with families because that is my opportunity to educate them. They are in a state of grief.
Right.
And in the land of uncertainties, right?
Right.
They don't really realize how they even arrived at this space and time. And that's where I come in with my God-given assignment to explain that to them and to how they can avoid the same feeling that they feel now for their future generations. Because it is nothing more, Nikki, to try to grieve and go through the complex process of probate. And you're at the grave of the person asking why, and they can't answer. And you are needed by the family that are still existing.
Oh, you just said a mouthful there. I've experienced that. As a matter of fact, I lost my mother a few weeks ago in Florida. And she wasn't my birth mother, but she helped raise me. So she's my mom. And I'm telling you, this process, it's interesting. I'm just going to leave it right there. It is interesting. But when you're grieving, when you're trying to figure out what your next steps are and wrap your head around everything that's happening, to not have your stuff in place or in order, who's doing what, where is it going, that will, that thing. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. So I want to touch on that a little bit, Stephanie, please. Give us some tips. When this stuff is happening, we don't want to have to worry about all of this when we lose someone, right? We all have to expire. We all are going to die at some point. But what can we do before we get to that point? What are some of the things that we can do to help us get prepared and stay prepared for when we do? Because I don't want anyone to go through what I'm going through right now, to be honest with you. Being transparent. What are some of the things that we can do to help us with the preparation process?
And you're absolutely right, Nikki. You hit the nail on the head. I'm not sure where we lost the concept of us not living forever. And I So from the time that we're born,
Mm-hmm.
I tell my clients, we are born with our future selves, and we're just slowing decaying every day.
Right.
So at this point, we are supposed to be fruitful and have many, but to also generate wealth. So in order to do the not just generate it, we have to pass it along to our children's children,
Right.
children's children.
Right.
And because we do not have a asset protection and plan, because the world doesn't talk about that, we talk about accumulation all the time. We don't talk about how to protect it. So we need to have a plan to protect it. And we start by having these conversations now while we're still in good health and sound mind. Death is not taboo. It is a part of the life cycle. So you talking about it, nothing is going to happen unless you live in some type of, risky life, or you were born, with some type of, genetic disorder of some type. But if you're just a healthy person and you're doing all your godly things of accumulating this wealth, then we have to work on that second half, which is asset protection, so we can build generation and generational kingdoms. So we
Love
have
that.
to talk about it. Yes, it first starts with talking, letting our family know our wishes and why we made these decisions as to Johnny gets this or Susie gets this. Because believe you me, the parents know their children better than anyone.
That's a fact. That is a fact. Give
Okay.
me an example or tell me a story about a time where this kind of work that you're doing, which is so important, how has this impacted a family or an individual? Tell me a little bit, one of your most memorable stories about the work that you're doing and how it impacted someone based on you being there for them, you providing these services for them.
Well, I was at a closing not too long ago. I was at a family's home, and the home was in probate and foreclosure, their mother's home. She did a reverse mortgage. No one was aware of it. And, as I was sitting at the table, they having to sign the papers, the family said, because of you, we are putting things in place now so our children do not have to go through what we're going through right now here with you.
That part. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's a tough pill to swallow. When you're finding out things on the back end, because as a community, sometimes as Black people, we keep things close to the vest. We're not telling our business, we're not sharing everything, we're not sharing our struggles and the moves that we're making. And then the kids come along or whomever, sisters, siblings, whatever, they come along and they go, I thought you had things set up, or I thought things were different. And then we realize, oh boy, this is a hot mess, or this is, how are we going to get out of this? Do you find yourself being a counselor sometimes, like being you smile when I said that, like, ding, 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 ding. Do you have to take on that counseling role or being a therapist? And I get it, oh man, yeah, I get it. So do you find yourself in that role sometimes?
I do. That's why I smile, because I didn't even consider it, that it comes as it comes natural for me. That's one of my superpowers, is empathy and kindness. So when I see someone struggle, I want to bring comfort. But what I do tell them is silence can be golden, but it can also be expensive. And
Right.
in the BIPOC community, it is expensive, but I let them know that it is a part of the system. The system loves and thrives off of silence. So that's the reason why I'm out here amplifying this issue so we can eradicate this issue in our communities.
Right. Love it. Love it. Love it. I was reading something somewhere about you. Um, it says something about property, financial literacy. What is that and who is it for and why is it important? I can't remember the gist of it, but just can you explain that concept to me?
Sure, absolutely. So we have the normal financial literacy where we're talking about, balancing your checkbook and your accounts. But also when you become a homeowner, that is proper property financial literacy because you need to understand what that home can do for you, not just to live in, not just for better schools, but your home is a wealth multiplier, and you need to understand how to make that work for you and your future generation. So that is where we come in with the property financial literacy aspect of it.
Perfect. Well explained. So I don't want to assume, and maybe I was steering this conversation towards that. You solely work with people that are like if someone passes away, one of their loved ones passes away, and now things are getting ready to go to probate or whatever, or we're trying to figure out what goes where, the ownership of the home and all that good stuff. That's when you come in. You don't work with people that's just buying a different house, buying a new house, and that kind of stuff. Do I have that right or am I wrong?
We do. We work with the inspiring homeowners and the current, because what we're trying to do is be proactive, right? By working with the current and the aspiring homeowners. And then we also work with the reactive, right? That's after the fact when something happened. So when dealing with the reactive, we can cultivate them, give them the seedlings so they can produce generational wealth. So it's a two-sided coin that we work with. We also work with just traditional closings. If someone wants to be transactional, we can do that too, but we wanted to focus on being relational. And that's where we came in by the grace of God, right? Following his assignment for me to take care of them. Mm-hmm.
So, and I love that word. It's more relationable. It's the relationship, not the transaction.
Yes.
And it's the transformation that you provide, and not the transaction. And that's where so many of us get it wrong. We're so busy thinking about the transaction. Got to move it, got to get it going. But you're building relationships. You're changing lives. It's almost like you're saving people because you're more knowledgeable about this process than most of us are. Because if we had more people like you, the gap wouldn't be 4%. I mean, that statistic would be, we would have more. And sometimes our other counterparts, they can't relate to us. And what we're thinking, even if we're just buying another home and we're going through that transition, and my goodness, they really can't relate to us once we lose a loved one in the way we have our estate set up, those kind of things. We need someone that can say, I get it. Because there's a cultural gap here. Would you agree that some things are culturally biased,
Yes, I agree. And the attorneys that we work with through Embracing Life, I handpicked them. I've interviewed, I've been around them, and it wasn't just, oh, I'm going to talk to you on the phone. No, I've actually been in events with them several times to make sure that what I'm seeing is what it is. It's not your words, it's your actions, right?
Right.
So I made sure that they were culturally sensitive attorneys that I work with when I am dealing with families, so that the families feel safe.
I love it. I love it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. And I meant to ask you about that. Explain a little bit more to us about Embracing Life, that
So,
organization. Okay.
yeah. So Embracing Life is a nonprofit organization that I founded to help the BIPOC community with their legal affairs surrounding estate planning. Because what I noticed is once I was hosting events, the elderly would come to me, or any other homeowner, or just even a person that's just starting out in life, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you have such great information," but they're like, "I can't afford that." So I wanted to remove the barrier of price,
Mm-hmm.
uh, so we can save more lives and families and generations.
Love it. Love it. And it's needed. It is needed. We need people like you. We need these resources that you are providing. We need the information and we need the action. We need the implementation. Please keep doing good work. And I know it's a lot. So you're running a for-profit business and you're running a not-for-profit business, a nonprofit. So you're the CEO here. So you're wearing many, many hats. How do you stay motivated? How do you stay inspired and willing to give your best? How do you do it?
I stay motivated by my mission, which is to empower BIPOC communities to build intergenerational wealth through equity, estate planning, and property financial literacy. And our vision is to have a resilient nation free from racial wealth disparities.
Mhm.
So, those are two things that keep me motivated in my mission between the two. And then secondly, you think the 4% is shocking. The 5% of wealth that we hold is shocking when we are the biggest consumers of $1.8 trillion. We are the biggest consumers, African
Yep.
Americans, but we only have 5% of the wealth. Please make that make sense to me, because the math is not mathing.
It's not mathing. Mm-mm. It's not.
Mm-mm.
It's
And
in
that is
your heart.
because it's right, and that is because of lack of asset protection, for one. For two, is that we don't acquire enough assets, and to protect them, right? We sell them too quick, and that 1.8 trillion is more towards more liabilities, such as like makeup and fashion,
Mhm.
things
And
that
hair.
right. I mean, they're a necessity
Cars.
to a certain point, but you that's a lot to spend and to die with nothing, and you have a whole family depending on you.
Yep. Yep. And that brings me to my last question. I think it's my last. Because I enjoy talking to you, Stephanie, and I can talk to you
Oh,
all day.
thank
Um,
you.
we all know, we've all been told, we've all heard that real estate and property ownership is so important. That is one of the ways to build wealth, generational wealth. Would you agree? You've heard
I
that? Yep.
I
Yep.
agree.
Yep. So tell me, how can, if we haven't started yet or we are not sure how to do this, what advice would you give to our listeners and our viewers on how to begin building this generational wealth through property ownership? Because we think it's a big, massive undertaking, and in some ways it can be, but with people like you in place, it can be done. How can we start making strides towards property ownership? That's my question.
Well, right now, this generation's biggest struggle is affordable housing. And right now, they kind of have to sit still a little bit. But 90% of wealth is built through real estate, as you stated. The reason being, and most people are like, well, you can build you can build wealth through other things, through through stocks and other things. And I'm like, yes, you can. However, you can definitely build wealth through things that are a requirement, and housing is a requirement.
I like that.
Because when you fill out an application, after your name, they ask for your address. It is a requirement. So when people get the opportunity to purchase a home, keep in mind that it is a wealth multiplier, and to protect it at all costs, because there is a land game out there. Okay? And when you don't understand the rules of engagements, you don't play that well.
Right.
So with us, think of us, as you said, right, as counselors or coaches, right? We'll give you the cliff notes on the playbook of this land game, so you can play better and make informed decisions faster about your future generation.
Love it. There's nothing else left for me to say. I mean, you just nailed it. So we're going to close out now, but Stephanie, before you go, please let our listeners and viewers know how to reach you, how to connect with you, how to become a part of your nonprofit. You're helping people there. You're helping people with the agency that you're running, Black Street. Come on, help us. Share
Yes. So to make it easy for everyone, I made my domain name my name. So it's www.stephanie-hopkins.com.
Okay.
And to support our nonprofit, it is Embracing Life, LYFE, developmentinc.org.
Love it. Love it. And we're going to make sure we put this information in our show notes, all that good stuff. Stephanie, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure and a joy speaking with you, talking with you. You are an inspiration to all of us. And I know you're going to do big things, bigger and better things. You're going to make sure that 4% grows, because you have a giving heart, and I can feel it and I can see it. Hopefully you'll come back and share some time with us again on Black Business Network. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And remember, everyone, that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
On my day, my name is Cordelia Gaffar, the Ultimate Joy Goddess. I'm a best-selling author, multi-award-winning speaker, and host of the Free to Be Show podcast, for which I've also won 2 awards. I've created 2 unique processes. Invite women to nurture yourself. I use the word self-nurturing, not self-care, because there is a distinction. When you nurture yourself, you are caring for every single in your body and every single choice you make. Remember, your life is full of breaths and heartbeats, and that is all you have. So choose wisely and choose well. And until tomorrow, be free.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Phenomenal T-Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T-Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Linda Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, Our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jeffrey Clark, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today's chat will be a fireside chat with Mike Johns, who we're going to be having here, explaining more about what he's doing. He is a visionary founder of and CEO of Digital Mind State, a multi-dimensional strategic agency specializing in the global convergence of digital communications, mobility, and cross-platform marketing. With a rebellious approach to innovation, Mike has built a career on creating data-driven solutions and that connect people, brands, and culture. Under his leadership, Digital Mind State has collaborated with industry giants like T-Mobile, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, and HTC, revolutionizing brand engagement and driving measurable results. An alumnus of Western Illinois University with a background in marketing and sociology, Mike is a frequent speaker at industry events and a trailblazer in the ever-evolving world of AI consultancy and technology management. I would like for you all to welcome Mike Johns to the stage. Welcome, Mike.
Thanks for
Great
having
to have you here. Awesome. So, first, I would like to start off just kind of see if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, just from your point of view? Because I know I just explained a little bit from your background in the bio, but I just want to hear, who are you, right, from your own point of view, just starting out?
Well, maybe I'll do one better. What is a futurist?
Okay.
Right? Okay. Just to bring some concreteness to this. So most people go to college. I majored in marketing, market research is really studying the past. Now in today's world, it's all about data. And with data, you're able to study the future. I make that my full-time job, to study trends, study what trends are, where government fits in, where society, pop culture is going with that, where gender fits in, the whole ecosystem on what it takes to be a human in today's world. And when you infuse that with technology, it makes for an interesting mix. So as a futurist, again, the short and skinny is, I make it my business to study the future, leveraging data, studying trends, giving insight to key individuals as to where things are going. And so under the term the hip hop futurist, it's really this embracing of just the culture that I'm from and giving a perspective on where things are going in that trajectory as compared to the people that may come from a Wall Street or who don't look like you and I.
Wow, that's profound. And I want to ask you, what really drove that for you? What made you say, I have to study these trends and I have to use data and the technologies that I use currently to study it? What put you down that path?
Well, when I was a kid, probably 8 years old, whatever, I think, I was at the living room table eating food and didn't eat the vegetables. And they had the TV screen in front of me, and it was a black and white rerun of the Twilight Zone. Didn't know what the Twilight Zone was. I'm watching this stuff, and it was all this futuristic stuff. I was turned out, and that seeded everything, just space travel, computers, robots, the algorithm, blockchain technology, AR, VR, flying jets, all those different things. Really started with just Twilight Zone and then having the ability to imagine.
Wow, that's powerful. And I want to ask you, so as you think about the future, right, based on the trends you're studying, based on the data analysis you're conducting, what does the future look like to you currently? Like, what are some of the things that you've had your eyes on that's really sparked your attention recently?
Well, the future is bright, especially for those that embrace the future, and that would be another discussion. But right now, things that are really moving, the obvious one is AI. And watching what AI is doing, its impact on humanity, it's overwhelming, to tell you the truth. When we look at its impact on the future of work and how disguised as efficiency, it's improving a lot. But then in other sectors, jobs may be replaced. Those who are in top may make more money because we don't have to pay a 401k. We don't have to do these other things, pay monthly, weekly salaries, right? Now they're profiting even more. But on the other hand, it is creating new jobs. And I do want to be clear about that. AI will not take jobs. It will usher in new jobs. And technology has always done that from the beginning of time, starting with the printing press, right? It's ushered in different type of jobs. Hell, we could look at fire, just how we leverage fire itself. Once we had a mastery of this, jobs were created. So I'm really big on that. AI has to have regulations, so I'm big on responsible and ethical AI.
Most definitely.
Say that it's ranking just hand in hand with nuclear firepower. And you don't have people that have a nuclear, your friend, your homeboy next to you doesn't have a nuclear station, right? So usually to have a nuclear power plant, there has to be some sort of regulations and all that. AI needs just that. So I'm really big on the AI component. Then when we look at robots, Elon and countless others are really looking at robots and what that production of robots will be by 2030. I'm first to say that every household will have a robot, just like we have connected screens.
Okay.
Right? And by connected screens, mean every house already has at least 7 screens per household in America, right? Be it your smartphone, be it your tablet, be it your TV screen, be it your computer screen, and so on and so on. Well, every home will have a robot.
Wow. Wow. Those are some really interesting predictions. Are you bullish on any of them?
Oh, I'm for it, especially for the culture. You know, you've seen hip hop videos where brothers walking down the street with pit bulls on 125th Street to Crenshaw to Stony Island in the middle. Imagine us, we the culture, now walking down the street with a robot, ooh, in the music video.
Wow.
The new
Wow.
Kendrick
Okay.
Lamar video with his robot bodyguard going in
Okay.
to get a blunt wrap.
That's an interesting future you're painting. So how does your agency leverage technology, such as robotics and AI, to create unique solutions for brands?
A better question is what our company does. So Digital Mind State is at the forefront of humanizing tech into everyday life. We sit at the intersection between Silicon Valley, which is at the forefront of technology, and Hollywood, which represents everything in lifestyle. We're that bridge. Tech is only as good as the people that use it, so we're about growth and activation.
Okay. Okay. So I guess I would ask you then, in painting that kind of future, right, where you said in music videos we're walking robots down the street and things like that. How are you, right? How are you uniquely positioned to drive that kind of future or to drive those kind of outcomes when it comes to the music industry or when it comes to the entertainment industry or just brands in general? Like how would you say you're uniquely positioned to do that?
We've always been at the forefront, and so Hollywood is a very small world. So I always say to my son, if you ball, you get the call. So whether it be BET Awards to all of the different music festivals, we already have our claws in it. Right now, I'm outside because I'm headed back to Palm Springs to scout navigate for Coachella because we're producing Techchella. And you heard it here first on the Black Business Network. We are producing the inaugural Techchella. And just because I represent Gang Gang, I got culture. Some of our executives will be brothers and sisters from the culture actively involved in this epic event that's really going to be at the forefront of music and technology and mental wellness.
We got to clap it up for that one time. I mean, honestly, props to you on that. Techchella, that's definitely innovation right then and there. And also, just from a Black business standpoint, it's excellence. This is history in the making. So,
wait, you want me to go one further up and get personal? We live, right?
Sure.
We live, right?
Sure.
And we lit. Mike Johns and Jeffrey Clark. You know we got to big up Jamaica. Easy. Every
Absolutely.
time. And
Absolutely.
I do everything for Jamaica. Trust me when I say so.
Big up, big up.
Mobe, Kingston. I'm heavy over there. It's a global team, period. So
Okay.
the diaspora is real. And so for Jamaica, you know, technology, leveraging technology for the dancehall business. Once the artists do it, I'm writing something right now. Entertainment is the new education. Ooh. Because I learned much things from a cartel.
Oh yeah.
Just like I learned from Kendrick, just like you learned from Biggie, just like you learned from Tupac, and all those greats in between, Busta Rhymes. When they drop it, that's the easy way. We children of the sun, descendants of the drum.
Shout out Papa San too.
Black people. For all the Black people, you heard it here first. Mike John, children of the sun, descendants of the drum. Wherever the drums play, whether you're in Oakland, California, Kingston, Lagos, London town, we all know how to groove to it. We all move to the algorithm, and the algorithm is real.
That was poetry for the people. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
So I want to ask you, right? So when it comes to your approach to branding, right? Can you tell us about your experience working with some of the major clients like the Coachellas, like T-Mobile and Microsoft? Because you have a unique view of things, right? You're merging tech with culture. When it comes to working with these kind of clients, right? Have there been any particular I guess what's been the most insightful thing that you've learned from working with them about maybe their approach versus your approach, and how did you influence them into your approach as well? I'm kind of curious about the mindset behind that.
You know, the tattoos read God power and the name is Mike. I know who he is in the Bible. So the one thing that has been a superpower is that you've always had the knack of being at the forefront. You have the street cred, whether it's Kingston, whether it's Flankers, whether it's LA, all up and down the West Coast. And that comes with a responsibility. Trust me to that. It comes with a responsibility. But people trust the vision. They don't question the vision. And so that's been very easy for me to work and pour into the artists. And in some ways, let them share the technology and leverage how they want to use it. Case in point, Fabio Foreign, and bringing him with Sophia the robot. And now here he is being able to talk, and then we created a skit where he's talking, trying to shoot his shot, talking to the robot. And then now he's thinking about, I want to bring Sophia to Brooklyn and have her on the block. Who would ever so when I'm talking about a robot, who would ever think that? Look at you smiling, right? That's the culture. Only we could do it, because then once we do it, then everything else pops off. And that's the one thing that I want to make sure that the Black Business Network really knows. You don't have to be a coder developer. No, because AI can do that for you. What you do want to be is a thinker, a hustler. So if you from one of the from the streets, if you knew how to sell, do it, whatever, now change that creative skill set to computer technology, to the world of AI. Better your business that way. How do you do it? Go to mikejohns.co and sign up for the course.
All right, love that shameless plug. So I want to ask you, what do you think is the most important metric for innovation?
Creativity.
Creativity? Can you share your philosophy?
And what do you, the age-old rule, what do you solve?
What do you solve?
Right, what do you solve? What are you making better? What are you enhancing? If it's a car, when I'm working with DeLorean Motors is not into the business for a luxury vehicle. There's all those out there. Lucid, there's BMW, there's Mercedes, you got Lexus, you got all that. What DeLorean will do is make sure that when you're in their luxury car, we're going to improve the quality of air. We're going to make sure your blood pressure level is better. We're going to enhance your life. That's forward thinking. That's radicalized thinking. Products are no longer just about a product. It's about a product and the experience that comes along with it. And that's what I counsel businesses all ever since COVID. The new disruption has been Web3 tactics. The product and the service that comes with it, gamifying it. That's why you see a lot of QR codes. What experiences can I get along with that? And that's what I'm doing right now with NFL content being leveraged with, let's say, a Circle K, or leveraged with Ross department store. Now the QR code takes you to this experience, and it was an upsell for the product. That's futuristic. That's where the new wave of consumer retail is going. So I just threw another one at you.
What does rebelliously creative mean to you when you think about the term, and how does that shape your work?
So if you're reading our motto right on our website, rebellious is out of the box. We're not the norm. And if it doesn't move at scale, we're not interested. That's a cocky approach. So it's products that we deal with. If it's spray ground in their bags, if it's the latest shoes by Nike that's artificially AI made, and we're called to say help build the growth and activation of those products, we have to get behind it. We have to believe in it, and then we get rebelliously active. Rebelliously active means we're doing the utmost in making sure that this product goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Real quick.
Okay, and we're back. I believe we left off with the rebelliously creative, but I am going to go ahead and ask you a question about one of your collaborations. So when you think about your most successful collaboration, can you tell me a little bit about why that was, why you achieved the success you had with that collaboration and what that collaboration was?
Sure. I'd say you could go to YouTube and you would be able to see AI speed dating with Sophia the robot, and we furthered it by having social media influencers shoot their shot with Sophia, and this really capitalized on what's to come, and that is human robot and the symbiotic relationship that's happening. It's already happening right now. You've talked to your phone, you've talked to your laptop, you've talked to elevators, you've talked to cars. Now there's going to be more of a relationship with robots thanks to AI, this agent factor. And so we did a skit on it, and the skit garnished about 13 million views.
Okay, awesome. And why do you think that was so successful? What were the factors you think that went
The
into it?
social media influencers, the comedic approach that we took to make a serious story, and the fact that Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, they know about robots. Now you're putting it in a new twist, and you're making it very relatable in the everyday world. Yeah, it caught the buzz, it caught the attention.
Right. Okay. One of the things that I've seen on social media are various influencers, right, going ahead and utilizing this new technology, especially streamers like Kai Cenat.
Yes.
I'm wondering, do you have anything to do with that, or did you influence that behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes, yes, indeed. A lot of things behind the scenes. There's a lot of things that I do. You get the paycheck. I want to be clear, but we stay behind the scenes. Put the stars in front and let them do their thing. Let them shine. Let them be the message, the storyteller. That's how we get growth and activation. That's why social media is what it is.
Certainly. And how do you balance creativity and data-driven decision making when you're doing these campaigns? Like, what do you, in terms of trade-offs, or how do you prioritize?
There's a balance between data and creativity that can clash. You can have your own human instinct versus what data may tell you.
Right.
You have to be the navigator of that. That's a good question. Because data is a tool to use. It is not your end all be all situation verdict.
Exactly. Okay. So I'm going to pivot a little bit to the topic of CES, which is a conference that I know that you are very well involved in.
Yes.
And actually right around the corner, coming up for January 6th. So just a little bit about CES for the audience. It's a world premiere stage for the technological innovation and groundbreaking advancements in the consumer electronics industry. It's one of the largest conferences and trade shows for consumer electronics, and it gathers the sharpest minds, global brands, and forward-thinking companies to unveil the solutions shaping how we live, work, and connect. Basically, what Mike Johns is talking about here, some of those robotics and AI technologies, that's going to be literally at CES. So I want to ask you, Mike, what excites you most about CES and its role in shaping the future of technology?
Everything converges at the Consumer Electronics Show. That's the place where business takes place. That is the premier platform for business to take place. If you're selling something that's at Best Buy, it was at CES before it got to Best Buy. It's at CES before it gets to Amazon. That's where everything is, the genesis of everything.
Certainly. And how do you personally prepare for an event as massive and dynamic as CES?
I work out, roll up some good kush, plot and plan. Yee.
Okay.
Eat some jerk chicken, some
oxtail,
and then just plot and plan. Take it easy, and then the good Lord, the high power up above, just downloads on me, and I get creative. Trust me, I paint the picture, and everything happens. Or in the word of E40, Mike always puts together the sandwich, all the ingredients. So it's magical.
Right. What is your role at the conference?
It varies from media to programming, networking, business. Those are the 4 pillars that I really dominate.
Media, programming, networking, and business.
Yes.
Okay.
And by networking, it's connecting the right people to do further business, right? Because that's why you're here, and you get paid for that, right? So if you know, it's almost like being a scout and catching the next Usain Bolt and connecting him with Puma.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And are there any standout moments or innovations that you've experienced at past CES events that you would say, oh wow, like this is something I definitely left an impression on me, or it really, was insightful? And if you can expand on each.
Yeah, I'll do one better as we wrap it up. I'll say this to you. This year's CES, there will be a heavy focus on wearable technology.
Okay.
There will be a heavy focus on robotics, AR, VR. That's virtual reality, augmented reality. There will be a focus heavy on autonomous vehicles. The auto industry is now morphing into CES. That's how powerful and big CES has become. The auto industry, an auto show used to be standing on its own legs, but because technology is what it is, cars are now really just computers on wheels. So what better place you morph into CES? Last but not least, space, the final frontier, which I'm most excited about. Space, CES now makes space an enabler where it can no longer be looked at as science fiction. It is now science fact. And so that little black boy, that little black girl, that Mexican, that whoever they are, those underserved countries, you can no longer dream as science fiction movies. You can dream as I too can be that. And that's exciting. I will end with this. This year, something that I'm very passionate and I think is very personal, you have all the pavilions that are out there, which would be China, Korea, the Netherlands, France, all taking place, and there has never really been anything for Black folks. This year, there will be the African Pavilion taking place, and I'm very much happy to be a part of it for year 1, whereas in year 2, that it will fully encompass the whole diaspora. And by that, that's going to be the hub for Atlanta, for all of America, for Jamaica, the Caribbean, and other places that you would least expect, such as our Polynesian brothers and sisters, our Samoan brothers and sisters. They too have a voice. So I'm extremely excited about what's brewing at CES 25. And you could also visit africapavilion.com and see what's going on. Yee!
Okay, so that's Africa Pavilion for the audience, africapavilion.com.
Yes, indeeder. Come on.
Okay, awesome.
Hop in.
And how can people get in touch with you?
Africa-pavilion.com. Africa-pavilion.com.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, indeeder.
So how can people get in touch with you if they need your company's services?
Absolutely. MikeJohns.co. And you know the website's so lit. Yes, it is. That it connects to WhatsApp, so we don't miss a beat.
I love that. Wow. And when people come in contact with you, I would say actually, so 2 more questions. When people come in contact with you, what do they need to come ready with or come prepared with? What would you say they should come with? And then secondly, what would you leave us with as we end out the session? So those 2 questions.
Awesome. I really only focus on Series A funded companies.
Okay.
Rule 1. I love the culture, but you got to come bankroll fresh. So there's definitely a fee for this. But I love the culture. I do a lot of stuff on the nonprofit side. I will leave everybody with this, just like it says on MikeJohns.co. See tomorrow, be prepared. How you're being prepared is by seeing. You have a smartphone, that means that comes with Wi-Fi, it should at least, And then that means you have access to information like no other time in history. The next 10 years is more important than the last 100. You heard it here first from Mike Johns, and I'm out.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. And remember, genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. Thank you for being with us here today.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.